right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today, some of you may be wondering, where is Ultimate Truth, the Muslim commentator? Well, on Tuesday, and others, you might have no idea why I just said that. So on Tuesday, after or at the portion of the stream with Mary where we open up to callers, Ultimate Truth called in. He was very eager to prove that there is 19 coded in the Quran. He was, as is often the case with him, he seemed to be incapable of having a civilized discussion on the matter. He mostly just wanted to complain about us supposedly being unfair every time he was given the opportunity to talk instead of actually trying to make a point. So I said, let's have a formal debate instead. It seems to be the only way I can talk to you is through a formal debate. He agreed to it in principle. We agreed to a time, 1 p.m. Saturday Eastern time, so that would have been an hour and a half ago. Now, I was kind of foolish in that I said that without, like having any idea how to get a moderator or anything. So I scrambled for the next 24, 36 hours, something like that, to find a moderator. I found Hunter from Everything NT, who agreed to moderate that. As soon as I had that in place, I emailed Ultimate Truth back, because he did email me initially. I emailed him back and gave a proposed format, said this is the proposed moderator. Does this work for you? I didn't hear anything. So I emailed him again. Still didn't hear anything. As of last night, I had not heard back from him. So I'm like, well, I can't have a debate without knowing the format. I can't have a debate without an agreement from him. I assumed at the time, that he was just planning on not doing it. Well, this morning, I did get an email back from him finally and said, yes, that format works fine for me. I'm like, dude, you can't ignore me for 4 days and then expect me to put on a debate 4 hours later. Not going to happen. I'd already changed my plans to stream with Hunter here. We're going to be discussing, well, the actual ultimate truth, the truth of what is the true religion. As far as the Muslim commentator ultimate truth goes, I am going to attempt to reschedule with him. I did email him back shortly after he had emailed me this morning and said, no, we can't do it today. Maybe you're just planning on winging it and didn't care what the format was, and you were just going to repeat yourself as many times as necessary to fill the time. But I actually want to prep. I actually want to have a proper debate where at least one side is well prepared and brings their best arguments. So I'll try to reschedule with him. I emailed him back. He emailed me at like 1:01. Where's the link? I need the link to join. I'm like, dude, read the email I sent you earlier. There is no debate today. So that's where we're at. But we are joined by Hunter from Everything NT. This is his first time on the channel, I believe. Certainly his first time officially on the channel. So before we get into the subject matter, we'll get to know him a little bit. So why don't you take a minute to introduce yourself?
Yeah, can you still hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. My headphones went out, so I'm going strictly by speaker. So sorry if there's an echo, just let me know. But yeah, my name's Hunter. I'm the creator of the channel Everything NT, which stands for Everything New Testament because my master's is in New Testament, specifically. And I have a bachelor's in biblical studies. I converted to Christianity in 2011. I used to be a non-believing. I called myself an atheist. So because I didn't believe there was any reasons to believe in God, things like that. Converted and decided to go, as I went down the rabbit hole, to study biblical studies. Based on my own personal research, and I really just wanted to dive in deeper and get to know more about that. So by studying the ultimate truth, I came to the ultimate truth that Christ is Lord. So just a little throw out there. Yeah, and you might hear barking in the background because I have two little Pomeranians, and they are attached to the hip, literally, as they're laying right here next to me. So yeah, that's pretty much what I got going about me. If you guys have if you guys know anything about like Sentinel Apologetics with Robert Rowe, me and him started a YouTube channel. With like started Sentinel. Um, I think almost maybe 8 years ago. I think it was. It's been a while, but I've just been working on a lot of stuff in the background. More often now. Started doing this channel. And still every now and then, um, just popping in to other people's podcasts and doing conversations, debates, and just glorifying God and all that I do. So there you go.
Excellent, excellent. John Wilson says the actual ultimate truth. I like that. And Snoopy says the ultimate truth is Jesus. Amen to that. You explained a little bit of or gave a little bit of background on yourself, how you came to believe that Christianity is the truth.
Mhm.
You kind of mentioned YouTube a little bit in there, but this is a YouTube program, and we do want to encourage people to check out your channel, which is linked in the video description. So why did you start a channel, and what do you do on that channel?
Yeah, so ultimately with everything NT, it's funny because the focus is everything New Testament, covering everything New Testament, since that's kind of like what I've decided to go into academic wise. But ironically, the first video I ever did was a response video about what a Muslim sheikh said about something he said in the Old Testament. So it was like it really kind of defeated the purpose, but at the same time, it's like it's really just it's a Christian channel from a person who studies in biblical studies, who like with his master's being in New Testament. It's just pretty much that. So it's a Christian channel with that kind of person running it. So it can mean that we cover response videos to other things that people will say to me, or covering certain topics, bring people on. I personally love it to where we can interview people, like other scholars, people who are in the faith or cover certain things. So it's really just ultimately a Christian channel, and covering things from a Christian perspective. Ultimately, it's just me doing it. So
Excellent, excellent. So the question I like to ask everyone when they come on this program for the first time, if they're a Christian, but especially appropriate for today, is why are you a Christian today? You covered the historical
yeah,
circumstance of how you became a Christian, but why are you a Christian?
yeah. So that's actually one of my favorite questions I love to ask other Christians, because when I was in my bachelor's for biblical studies, a lot of people wanted to talk to me about me coming from like being an atheist, a skeptic, to becoming a Christian. And so before I was like, before we get into all like the evidences and all the arguments and everything like that, I would ask them, let me first ask you this, and let's find out where we come from here. Why are you a Christian? And so, not taking anything away from anybody or anything on their testimony, what they do, but people say that it's from the perspective of, they were raised in a Christian home, or they had a personal experience, in church one time during worship, or during, like, they heard a great sermon, or just that's just, it just kind of happened out that way. And again, not taking anything away from that, because again, truth is still truth, and God, no matter where you find him. So the reason I'm a Christian is ultimately because of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I have come to the conclusion, based on uh, my due diligence, I guess I would say, is that if Christ did not raise from the dead, there would be no church today. There would be no Christianity today. Well, clearly we have Christianity today. The church is here today. So the only plausible explanation for that is that he rose from the dead. He is alive today. And studying New Testaments, for both on a personal level and academically wise, um, historically speaking, Jesus lived. He died by crucifixion. The After 3 days of being dead in a tomb, the disciples experienced him alive, breathing fit in a physical form, um, and the church exploded after that. So why am I a Christian today? I am a Christian because he lives. He was dead and now he is alive. That's why I'm a Christian today. And we can definitely get into that. That's one of my favorite subjects, the historicity of background behind it, stuff like that. But ultimately, that's why I'm a Christian today.
Excellent. Yeah, my answer would be similar, and I would agree with you that that's not the answer that most Christians would give. They'd say, well, I was raised in the church and it made
Yep.
sense to me, or my parents taught this to me and I never really thought about it, or something along those lines. But my reason, right, regardless of any of the historical circumstances, is because Christianity is true, right? I've
Yep.
done the investigation.
The
Uh,
ultimate truth.
yeah, exactly. I've scrutinized Christianity pretty vigorously for the last 25 years, give or take, and as a result of that, I'm pretty confident in my position.
Yep.
And when I watch, say Muslim apologists, I'm like, how could they actually believe what they're saying? I'm not saying they don't, right? I'm not accusing them of being charlatans and liars. I'm
Right.
just saying this doesn't hold up to the slightest bit of scrutiny, right? Uh, and to be fair, I could watch Christian videos that would say the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Very naive arguments, not well reasoned. But I have only found that only Christians like really have a vigorous intellectual reason behind their faith, and maybe atheists, if we depending on the atheist, maybe, because a lot of atheists don't really care about reasons. They just say, well, atheism is the default position, therefore I get to sit back and say no, 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 and I don't have to prove anything for myself. I don't have to give any reason or explanation for anything,
Right.
which I don't think is really valid.
Yeah.
So, and that tends to be dominant. But there are atheists who have well-reasoned beliefs. I think they're missing some key pieces, or dismissing some key pieces of evidence, certainly. But in other religions, if I'm talking about Islam, which I have the most experience with, or my much more limited experience with other religions, this kind of thing usually isn't even attempted, this sort of vigorous intellectual defense. It's you believe or you don't believe.
Right.
And that's really all there is to it.
Yeah. I actually just did an in-person live discussion with it was between religious and non-religious people, and hopefully there's there it was recorded live, so hopefully I can get a video of that and broadcast that on my channel. But it was really good, and the irony behind it though is that like it seemed like from my perspective, while um they were quoting stuff, but they weren't quoting stuff as factual. They were just being like, you know, um, child sacrifice is because of religion or something like that, or it's calling God names and stuff like that. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, but like even if like you feel that way towards God, that doesn't mean he doesn't exist, right? Like, so what evidence is there that you have to, like, for example, like historically speaking, the resurrection, is there, what historically can you say that that is not the case, or just assuming like, oh, this doesn't normally happen? Well, again, you can have a special case. You can have the point in time where this may have happened. Just because you've never seen Australia, you've only seen it once, that doesn't mean Australia doesn't exist. Which that's kind of like a, really like, I don't know, uh, mild arguments, but still, it's like, you know, if you're an atheist, you got to bring stuff to the table too. You can't just say, I don't know, and neither do you. You don't know what I don't know. But if I'm wrong, you at least have to show me that I am wrong in order to show that atheism is a demonstrable case for reality. And I don't see that it is anymore.
Right. I often, if they even attempt to engage at all, it quickly becomes clear that it's a word game. I've had numerous atheists go from like me discussing the extreme improbability of life arising by chance to saying, well, it's not zero, therefore it's probable and must have happened type deal, right?
Right.
And it's like, well, okay, I mean, basically nothing is logically impossible. I mean, it's possible that the universe is 15 minutes old, created with apparent age, and all the memories you have are false.
Yep.
But is that a reasonable position to
Yep.
hold to? And I think in the end, atheism does not pass the test for being a reasonable belief system.
Yeah, I've come to that conclusion myself as well. Hence why I'm not an atheist anymore. So
Couple comments from the audience here. Ryan says, I've never heard of Everything NT, but I just subscribed. If he's friends of Thaddeus, he's a friend
thanks,
of mine.
thanks. I
Appreciate
appreciate
that.
that.
Winston says the Bible is able to stand against scrutiny and criticism, and it comes out on top. I tested it and found out the truth myself. Amen to
Yeah,
that. And I definitely encourage everyone to investigate these matters. When I get to talk to Muslims, I encourage them to investigate things, but I encourage Christians to as well. Because if what you believe is the truth, it should be able to stand up to scrutiny. Now, that doesn't mean that no one could raise any criticism against it that you can't answer immediately. Because certainly in my long time doing this first informally, and then for the last 5 years doing it formally on YouTube, I've certainly encountered arguments from time to time that I found very problematic, very difficult. And I guess I had two choices. Well, I had a few choices. I could ignore it and pretend it didn't matter. I could instantly say, okay, Christianity's false. I'm no longer a Christian. Or I could investigate. And of course, I dug, and oftentimes I would find really bad answers, right? The first answer I found might not be a very good one. It might not be very satisfactory at all. Someone said something, yes, but it didn't really answer the question. But I found that when I did really dig, when I really put in the effort, I always came out with very satisfactory answers that in the end made it more clear that Christianity was the truth, even if
yep.
something started out as a cause of doubt. So I encourage everyone to do this. It's not something that most people, being honest, not something most people will do in their lives, but I think it's something that everyone should do, is put their own beliefs under scrutiny.
100% agreed.
And then we have from Adam here, I was raised a Christian, then went astray. It was Islam that brought me back to my faith. The evil of Islam reminded me of the love of Christ. Cheers,
Yeah.
Allah. And I have heard this kind of thing, like from atheists, for example, being like, I was really convinced that religion was a bunch of nonsense. And then Islam made me think maybe evil is a real thing, right? Which atheism doesn't really have an explanation for evil. All you can
Yeah.
say is this I like and that I don't. You can't really say there's evil. And so I've seen atheists like question their atheism because of encountering the pure evil in Islam. All right. So we do have Adam 87 in the chat, who, as you can tell from his little A in flames there and his icon, is a proud atheist. His first
All
statement,
right.
he's made a few. His first statement was Adam and Eve is no way truth. Now, I find this very interesting that the vast majority of time, not always, but the vast majority of time when someone wants to question the Bible, they go to the opening chapters of Genesis in some way. It's something before the time of Abraham, usually.
Yeah.
Now, is this the right question to be asking, first of all? What do you think?
Personally, me, no. Because a lot of people like to depend Christianity on the first book of the Bible. Now, Christianity is not dependent on the first book of the Bible, but it does utilize the first book of the Bible. But it's not a core soul foundation. The core soul foundation for Christianity is Christ himself. That's why we're called Christians, because we follow Christ. Now, from when I see comments like this specifically, and there's no disrespect, it all depends on, I've talked to many people who hold to certain things, and just turns out that you know they could have been wrong about their understanding about it in the first place, not actually digging in to see what's going on. So um, I don't think this is the right question, but nonetheless, it's still a question that can be answered. So when people say Adam and Eve, there is no truth. Well, I would go. I'm willing to have that conversation, but it's not the most important conversation. I think the most important conversation to have is, who is Jesus to you? Because if
Mm-hmm.
he still lives and he resurrected from the grave, that demonstrates, one, who he was, that he was telling the truth, and that the God of the creator himself is so much so on the side of Jesus that he is willing to bring him back from the dead. So I would definitely listen to somebody who comes back from the dead after being dead for 3 days over my limited understanding of a book that was written 3,400 years ago to a different audience in a different culture of a different time. Just to put that out there.
Yeah, I would agree. Same idea. I'm not afraid of discussing the flood or
Yep.
creation or anything along those lines, but I don't think that it's very productive. And I do try to steer people elsewhere. Like I say,
Yeah.
I will answer your question if you really want me to, but that's not what the truth of Christianity is dependent on. Furthermore, the further you go back in history, just any history, the less certain things are going to be. So, in reference to one of his other comments here, they found Sodom yet? Well, maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, how would you know?
Uh,
Right, there are claims.
actually, because I was going to say, actually, there is now science journals that are saying they believe that they have found Sodom, and it has a depiction of well, I can even probably bring it up too. Like, there's actual journals that were written about how they possibly have found Sodom, and there was a civilization that was destroyed by a meteorite explosion, believe it or not. And it's in the same geological location from the biblical perspective of where Sodom would have been found. So it's like, as we keep digging up archaeological discoveries, it keeps affirming the Bible. I haven't really seen anything that has necessarily disproved anything archaeological wise about the Bible. If anything, history is showing it to be more accurate.
Yeah, we find that often, right? That the claims of 200 years ago or 300 years ago when they're first starting the critical examination of the Bible, most of those claims are now like long debunked. The claims that they claim to by, just pure logic applied to the text, like, oh, this couldn't possibly be true. This must have developed hundreds of years after the time of Christ, blah, blah, blah. And they're now completely debunked by new discoveries. And,
Yep.
and so then the goalposts shift. You just point to something else. And like I said, if you're going back far enough in history, you're going to find things that are very hard to verify. And
Yeah.
that's not a statement that they're false. I mean, you'd have a hard time verifying anything about an ancient society, let
Yep.
alone like small little details. Any society, right? What was happening in the Americas in the year 500 BC? You certainly aren't going to come to very firm conclusions about that. You might be able to make some educated guesses, but you're not going to come to very firm conclusions because we're dependent on documents, right? History is dependent on documents, and sometimes documents survive and sometimes they don't survive. And every document has bias. So historians have to filter that and try to come to a firm conclusion. Occasionally you
Yep.
get archaeological verification or disverification of an idea, but generally speaking, archaeology can't tell you much. Right? There was a building here, okay, but it requires thought and guesswork to say what that building was used for,
Yep.
and so on. Right?
Yep.
I think these are the wrong questions to be asking. In fairness, um, I get it, right? I get why people ask these questions. It's a big story. The first 11 chapters of Genesis are big story, lots of theology there, lots of depth there. But your view of the historicity of those chapters doesn't really affect whether Christianity is true. The events, like you said, he said Sodom, right? Well, we could easily find verification that there was a city that was burnt with fire, right, in ancient times in the right location, and all you would have to do is say, yeah, it was burnt, but it wasn't done by God, right? So that doesn't
Right.
actually tell you anything as far as the truth of the matter goes.
Yeah.
And then this is the last along those lines I'm going to take from him. If he has questions that actually affect Christianity, I will certainly be willing to take those. But he says there's no evidence for the existence of Moses. And I want to highlight this because it reflects a category error that that atheists often make, where they say there is no evidence whatsoever. Well, I think it can come up with a really easy piece of evidence that literally everyone in this audience should be aware of. The Bible.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't guarantee that Moses existed, but it counts as a piece of evidence to be examined.
Historically, yep, that's true. Little cat dancing.
And, obviously Moses, long time ago, you wouldn't expect a huge amount of evidence. You would expect evidence primarily from his own people group, which is what you have in the Bible. This is equivalent of saying, well, we know that Ramses didn't exist because all of the records of him are Egyptian. Well, what else would you expect, right?
Yeah.
So we can have that discussion, right? We can debate whether Moses existed or not, but when you say there is no evidence whatsoever, I can't really take you seriously. When atheists say there's no evidence for the existence of God whatsoever, I can't really take them seriously, because what they really mean is there is no 100% concrete proof. Well, there isn't that of anything.
Yeah.
Ever.
Because, like, and even I remember a conversation between what is his name? What is that? I don't know. Jordan Peterson. There was the discussion between Jordan Peterson and Matt Dillahunty, and Matt Dillahunty said something along the lines of how um, that something is not evidence, and then Jordan Peterson comes back and says, "No, no, no, that is evidence." And then immediately Matt said, "Oh, okay, you're right. It's bad evidence nonetheless." And Jordan was like, "But it's evidence nonetheless." So it's like, if you say in the aspect of there is no evidence for God, I would question how much you've actually looked into it, and I would really question biasness at that point. Because to say that there is no evidence whatsoever, you could say it's bad evidence, but to say there's no evidence demonstrates um, lack of looking into this specifically, which then is just going to be, from my past and my experience, those conversations normally turn into a fire made from a dumpster.
Indeed. So, Ultimate Truth has entered the chat.
Yep, I saw
I
that.
wouldn't normally share private emails, but I have no choice here since he is making a claim about what happened in the email history.
Do your thing.
So he says, "Stop lying, bro. You chickened out. I confirmed it on Thursday, and I sent another email at 9 a.m. this morning. I was on stage at 12:30 waiting for you, plus 3 more emails." All right, I'm going to open my email here so that all can see the truth of this matter. The ultimate truth of this matter, one might even say.
There you go.
All right, so Tuesday night, right? This is when we tentatively agreed to this. He did email me. This is my email. Contact me, peace. So it took me 36 hours. I believe that's what I said earlier, to find a moderator. I asked a couple people. It was very short notice. Not everyone was available, right? Makes sense. So on Thursday at 11:30 a.m. Hello, Ultimate Truth. Thank you for agreeing to the debate. It took me a few tries, given short notice, but I have found a moderator. Hunter of Everything NT has agreed to do it, so on and so forth. Then I proposed a format. And then I said that he should go first since he wants to take the affirmative position. As you can see in this email thread, there is no reply on Thursday. Okay? So on Friday, yesterday, I emailed again. Hello again. I need to know if the proposed format works for you. Also, the moderator would like to know if we can join 30 minutes prior to start, so three of us can chat a little before we begin. He did email me at approximately 9:30 this morning, so that part was true, but there was no confirmation on Thursday. And his own words here will indicate that he knows that he did in fact not reply previously. They can't claim that it got lost or I deleted it or something. Sorry for the late reply. What do you mean, sorry for the late reply? I thought you confirmed on Thursday. I was a little busy. The format is good for me. Okay, I'll be there 30 minutes earlier, meaning at 1. And no, we agreed to 1, so 30 minutes earlier would have been 12:30. We need 1 moderator. Okay. I don't need more than 1 that is fair. I don't know why he said that. I never mentioned anything about multiple moderators or anything.
Right.
Of course, you have 1 moderator for a debate. And then he says no one else should be on stage. Well, I mean, fine. I mean, I would have said all that's good, but I was not awake at 9:45. If I was, well, actually, I was awake, but I wasn't online at 9:45. I got up at about 9:30. I was not online yet. I got online shortly after 11. I emailed him at 11:30. Hello again, since you hadn't replied. Typo. That should be hadn't, not hasn't. I couldn't give any info to the moderator, and we had to assume it wasn't happening. It is too late to schedule it for today. However, I would love to reschedule for next Saturday or whatever day is convenient for you. He ignores that or doesn't read it. I don't know which. And then at 1 o'clock, I need the link to join. You said 30 minutes earlier.
Oh my God.
Well, then you should have been trying to join at 12:30, not 1, first of all. And then at 1:09, I'm waiting for the link. So then at 1:35, I messaged back, try reading the email I sent you earlier. So that is the entirety of the conversation there. Nothing confirming it on Thursday. And, you know, maybe, like I said in my introduction, maybe he was just planning on winging it. If my time is... maybe he was just planning on winging it, right? Because as near as I can tell, he didn't know what the proposed format was until this morning. He didn't care. He was just going to blah, blah, blah. That's not how I would do a debate. I would be prepared. I would just decide what I'm going to say based on the length of time. I couldn't just assume that he would agree to the time that I proposed. I couldn't assume that he would agree to the moderator. Maybe he had a personal history with Hunter and would refuse that moderator. Thus, I couldn't prepare for it, not knowing whether it would happen or not.
Yep.
Now, the irony here, right? My time is damn valuable. That's the problem. My time is valuable. I couldn't waste my time without you bothering to confirm.
Yeah, because what could have happened too is we could have gotten on 30 minutes before, and it could have been, again, like a dumpster fire or something. Be like, no, I'm not okay with this. No, I'm not okay with the moderator. No, I don't like this format, everything. And then we would have to have figured out and pretty much set up a format that would have been good, which is why you do it ahead of time. You don't wait till the day of. And I've moderated plenty of debates on modern day debates, in person, and the day of everything is already set. You don't do it the day before, or I'm sorry, you don't do it the day of. You have to confirm that and show that both have confirmed it. Otherwise, it's automatically canceled. That's how it's always been. So time must not be that valuable because you're waiting until the day of. So, oh well.
Indeed. So I did what I said I would. It was not actually easy because I foolishly tried to set it up for only 4 days from the date we agreed to, but I found someone. I was very happy, very eager to have this debate, but I couldn't waste my time preparing for something that there was a good chance was never happening. When someone doesn't reply back, my assumption is they were just blowing smoke and weren't actually interested in the debate in the first place. That's my assumption based on experience. So I wasn't going to waste my time preparing slides, preparing my opening statement, which would be prepared, done in advance, researching the best specific examples of 19 so I could address specific examples instead of just general principles. I wasn't going to waste all my time doing that when I didn't think the debate was going to happen. We had the conversation on Thursday and I confirmed. What conversation would that be exactly? I wasn't even online Thursday. I streamed on Tuesday. You joined that stream. I streamed on Wednesday. You were not in the chat on that stream. I did not stream on Thursday. I did not stream on Friday. I certainly
Yeah,
didn't speak to you in private. I have no idea what you're talking about.
yeah, which we already have a format set up for today, so just reschedule it because he's
If you
over
want
here
to have
saying like,
if you want to have the debate,
just
hey,
reschedule.
we can schedule it right here, right now, right? You
Yeah,
tell us
there you go.
when, the time, right? Hunter's here, I'm here. We can figure out a time that works for you, whether that's next Saturday at the same time or some other day.
Well, if availability is even able at that
Right,
time, because my time is valuable.
right.
So, like, you should have done it ahead of time. But yeah, he's talking about we can do it now. We have a format now, and that's why we're spending this time now talking about it. That's what we would have been doing instead of actually having the debate. That's why you do it ahead of time. UT.
Hmm. Yeah, so I mean, why would I invite you up? Uh, the topic isn't 19. It isn't is the Quran coded for 19? That's not the topic of today. I'm not going to discuss any other topic with you until we have that discussion. And I shouldn't even say discussion because I tried to have the discussion with you. My preference is to have polite, natural conversations with people. Uh, I'm not actually that much of a fan of formal debate, but you're incapable of having a normal conversation. So we went to formal debate, and you maybe you were extremely busy and you just forgot to respond or whatever. I mean, I'm not even passing blame here. The point is, through your actions, for some reason, we weren't able to have it today. I'm willing to have it another day. That is your only offer.
Yeah, we'll just have to reschedule. Simple as that, and just leave it there. Until then, we can have a conversation on why Christianity is the ultimate truth.
Absolutely.
And just FYI too, I am non-partisan when it comes to moderating a debate. So this is just me representing me in my own personal beliefs. But when I'm moderating, you can look at my track record. There's no I'm I tend to still stay pretty fair. So don't let that discourage anybody.
Absolutely. So let's get back to the subject here, and we have a very good question here from Smack Dab. I not that I think I've seen this name before, but I'm not familiar. I don't know what their religious beliefs are, but I think it's a good question regardless of the motivation for asking. He says, "Has God done things which, if we did them, would be considered evil?" And then he gave the example of killing the firstborn of Egypt. So how would you respond to that question?
Yeah, my response, and again, so like I would look towards like the cultural understanding of the time. Like the same kind of question gets brought up when it comes to like Abraham, right? And Isaac and sacrificing his son or something like that. So weirdly enough, in this time period, it was actually a norm for in especially like even what was it? Third I put um I put like, the traditional aspect of it of 1400 BC with Moses and the Exodus and stuff like that. So Egypt here would have been around the time where child sacrifice was actually a modern norm. And so in that aspect of justice and also wrath at the same time, um, you know, God killing the firstborn of Egypt is a sense of justice or a sense of judgment, and a sense of um, you know, doing pretty much what everybody was already used to of that time. The irony behind it with Abraham is that he showed that there would be something that would be provided. So killing firstborn of Egypt is we don't know, a lot of people don't know understand the cultural understanding of that time or the understanding of federal headship or when it comes to um, how back then would have been like, you know, or let's say like today would have been predominantly like, killing firstborn of Egypt. Oh my gosh, that's horrible, that's evil, everything. And then but if you go back then, that was actually the norm. And so people didn't see that as evil, people saw that as justice. And so It goes into demonstrating God as a consistent God. Is the God of just, is the God of mercy, is the God of wrath, but also is the God of love. So it has to do with understanding the originality of when it was written. I don't know if I can go too deep. How much time we got today? but but that is just the tip of the iceberg. And that in and of itself does not explain it or do its due diligence. But I don't want to take up too much time, so that's why I would give it to that and leave it there for now.
Yeah, I think that this is, it's a very serious question. It deserves a serious response. You can give the trivial response and don't take offense at my description of it here when I bring up your comment, which I just lost. Someone said basically that God is sovereign and he can do, yeah, there you go. God is sovereign. He can do whatever he desires. Who are we to judge him according to our human standard?
Yep.
And I think that's true, but I think it also trivializes a real question, right? Because I think that God is the source of morality. He is responsible for the sense of morality that we have. And thus, if some actions of his seem problematic, that's a legitimate question to be asked. And I think that there's two things that should be said about this. And one, as Hunter already said, is that it wasn't necessarily evil, right? It wasn't necessarily considered evil at the time. I think most human beings have a sense that justice sometimes requires things that people wouldn't like, whether that would be the end of human life or it'd be lifetime imprisonment or various other things that people wouldn't like. However, that is still good, right? It's good that the rapist is locked up in jail for 20 years. It's good that the murderer is locked up in jail for life or executed. So you can't just go strictly on your feelings, and then which plays into the second thing, our sense of morality is corrupt, right? Uh, just because we feel a way doesn't make it true. If you look at human societies throughout human history, virtually any action you can possibly imagine, no matter how abhorrent you think it is, there'll be a society who thought that was good and just.
Yep.
So twofold, right? You can't completely trust your own sense of morality, nor can you just judge things on the surface level, would be my response to that.
Yeah. Which somebody even mentioned in the comment section too. David, I think his first name is David, Dr. David Falk, and James Hoffmeyer. They're both two Egyptologists who actually touch onto this specifically. I recommend their works. When it comes to Egypt and cultural understandings of them, they're both pretty. Um, I mean, they're both Egyptologists, bona fide Egyptologists. So I would recommend looking into their works and what they say about it, because that's what I've read on understanding Egypt in its time.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just take one last comment for Ultimate Truth. Did you program this stream here? I think he means, did I title the stream that we're currently having? Yes, I titled it. You ran from me to schedule another person, then you used my name to bluff. Why would you include my name in the title? So first of all, I didn't run to another person. Hunter was going to be the moderator, and he and I were in discussions the last couple of days. What do we do if he doesn't show up? And I
Oh,
said, well, why don't we stream anyway?
well, you know
Right?
what's funny too, and ironically, I responded immediately every time
Right. Yes,
you
that's true.
messaged me.
You did. Like within 5 minutes every
Not
time.
even, not even that. Sometimes it was like within the first second. I was like, oh, I got a notification. Yeah, let me respond real quick. It's just keep it accountable, So
Now, as far as why I included your name in the title, yeah, I did do that because people were expecting you. I did choose the phrasing on purpose. But on the other hand, you don't own the phrase, and Christianity is the actual ultimate truth. So there you go. Uh, I could have had this exact same stream, and I would have said all Christianity, the complete truth, or the total truth, or the actual truth, or something. But I chose the word ultimate because that's the name you go by. However, the subject matter is entirely unrelated to you, unless you want to make it about you, right? And whine and cry like a baby. Instead of just rescheduling it, just say, I'm sorry things didn't work out. Yeah, you said it's okay at 9 a.m. today. That's not enough time to schedule a debate. End of story. Things didn't work out this time. We can have the debate another time, or you can whine and cry and not have it at all. Those are your choices. All right. That was my last comment to him. Well, I lied because I'll answer this. Let's do it now. How about that? No, not how about that. Did you not listen to a word I said? Maybe you just want to wing it, and you had that opportunity on Tuesday to have the informal winging it conversation. You agreed to a formal debate. A formal debate requires prep work. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you're just going to wing it anyway. A formal debate by an actual debater requires prep work. I do not have time to do prep work now for a discussion now. Thank you and goodbye. All right, so getting back to the subject.
Yep.
So we discussed a couple of tangential issues, is Genesis reliable? Is Exodus reliable? Uh, is God moral? All right, that's a big one today. The question
Oh
of
yeah.
is God moral? Absolutely. However, I think you'll agree. Maybe there might be Christians who think those issues are super important, but I think you'll agree that both of those issues are very much secondary to the actual question, which is Christianity true historically? Is that how you'd phrase it?
Yeah. And to each is their own, honestly. Some people will think that those are some of the most important questions, you know. But to me, that's not my focus. My focus is Christ, because that's where Christianity, that's it, like again, if Christ isn't our foundation, if it isn't the absolute thing we stand on in Christianity, and let's say, like, for example, it's just the Bible. It's the Bible we stand on, then that means that, I mean, if that's the case, then we can ultimately just be Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Because if our foundation is just the Bible, then I mean, ultimately we can be Jews because the Bible is consistent from Old and New Testament, but Christianity stands on Christ. And so that's where my focus is on Christ. He's the most important thing because he is the way to salvation, because he even says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. None can come to the Father except through me. So let's focus on him. Let's not focus so much on these secondary issues that can come later by, talking to each other and reasoning with each other. But ultimately, is who is Christ to you? Let's start with that because tomorrow is never guaranteed. And if you die in your sins today, where would you go? So let's find that out first, and then let's work on those secondary things. Because my salvation is not based on Genesis. My salvation is not based on Exodus. Those are crucial in helping me understand who Jesus is, but it's not the thing that gets me saved ultimately. It's not the thing of truth that determines whether Christ rose from the dead or not. Which
Mm-hmm.
which the Bible talks about that is of most importance in the gospel, that he lived and he died and he showed him, and then he appeared to this list of people, 1 Corinthians 15. So let's focus on that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think that probably most people haven't really seriously thought about this question, right? Who is Christ, historically
Yeah.
speaking? And I know that I was quite surprised to learn that there are sources outside the Bible to verify materials about Jesus. Now, I learned this as a teenager. I'm not saying I learned it last week and I'm greatly surprised,
Yeah.
but the first time I encountered that, I was really quite shocked because it's not something that is usually talked about in Christian circles. It's kind of I believe in the Bible, therefore I'm a Christian, right? Um, and then atheists will actually adopt the same attitude, kind of. They'll say, I don't believe in the Bible, therefore no Christianity. And any argument that a Christian brings, they'll be like, oh, you'll just say that because that's what the Bible says. So
Yeah,
so I just mentioned external sources, but let's talk about methodology.
sure.
So is it appropriate to say, as a we're approaching this as a secular, neutral historian, would it be appropriate to say whatever is written in the Bible, that doesn't count?
No, not at all. And the reason why that is because it's almost like, you can't believe in the Bible because it's biased. Okay, hold on, that's a bias in and of itself. You're saying whatever is X automatically just rules out. It's like, no, that's not the case at all. If I did the same thing with any type of group or understanding or ideology, like, oh wait, that's written by an atheist. No, it automatically doesn't count. Automatically, if it's written by a Muslim, nope. No, that's unreliable. Because why is it unreliable? Because it's written by a Muslim, because it's Islamic, or because it's written by an atheist. It's atheism. It pushes atheism. Like, nobody takes that seriously in any field of academics, or honestly in any worldview whatsoever. Nobody logically holds to that. That's completely fallacious. So we have to look at types of evidences. Like, um, are there reasons to hold to what the Bible as true? And well, yeah, there of course is, when it comes to what actually is determined by what actual kind of documents are contained in the Bible. So, like, since my field is specifically New Testament, you have like the Gospels, the Book of Acts, the Epistles. You have Revelation. Um, so it's like, what are these documents and what are they being used as? So people in academics, New Testament academics specifically, and since my field is New Testament, I'll just focus on that just as an example. Um, there are scholars across the board that say that the Gospels are considered like ancient biographies, where they are um, focusing on a distant historical figure. And when I say distant historical, I'm talking about to us, um, in the past. And when it comes to ancient biographies, actually, as a matter of fact, I have one right here. Let me get it real quick. Craig Keener is one, and he kind of helps sum it up. What does he say? So, just reading off of this, he actually talks about how, um, let's see, where is it? Oh, here it is. The Gospels are works recounting the activity of a single historical figure, which by definition was what ancient biographies were. That the Gospels concern a recent figure and depend on prior information that narrows them further to a historical biography. So the Gospels, by definition, understanding antiquity, would be considered ancient biographies, which means they're recounting the life and the testimony that they experienced about a single figure, which would be Jesus. So ancient biographies, even like biographies today, are utilized as historical documentation. So just because it's in the Bible hasn't always been the Bible. Before, it used to be just like, separate scrolls and codexes, and then they all got compiled together, and that's called, in Greek, biblia, which is Greek for the book. 166 books, if you hold to that, compiled into one. And that's how we got the Bible. But before it was compiled all together, they were just separate codexes used as historical documentations on what people taught, what people thought, and what people knew in their culture and in their time. So that's how you treat the Bible, as a form of historical documentation, like you would anything else in the ancient world. And that's what we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good comment here from John Mark. It has to be biased. There can only be one truth when it comes to
Yeah.
God. And it's really kind of funny, right? That people say, well, you can't trust the Bible because it's biased. Because this idea of history should be neutral and disinterested, which doesn't actually make it without bias, by the way. Everything still has bias.
Yeah.
But even the idea that you should try to eliminate bias is completely a modern invention. There's literally not one writing in ancient times that wasn't written for a purpose. And I have actually sometimes been able to get atheists to throw out all of human history rather than accept that there's a possibility of investigating the truth of Christianity, because if you're being consistent, that's really your only possibilities. As you throw out everything, we don't know anything about Roman history, we don't know anything about Greek history, we don't know anything about Egyptian history, whatever, because all those documents are biased. Or say, well, we do know something about Christian history. We do know something about the historical figure of Jesus, which every actual historian would agree he's a historical figure. They wouldn't all agree that Christianity is the truth or that he's God or whatever, but they all agree he's a historical figure. Well, once we get to that standard where we know we can say, yes, this is a historical document. It's attempting to write history. Then we can go about analyzing that document the same
Yep.
way you would analyze other documents. And unfortunately, uh, I think that the vast majority of people just want to dismiss it out of hand, and thus, and often Christians even go along with this because they run straight to, well, Tacitus talks about Jesus. We know this and that from him or Josephus or whoever else. And those are pieces of evidence. They establish something, but they're the least important pieces of evidence for the truth of Christianity, right? Like, I mean, if you're just trying to prove that a historical Jesus existed, sure, uh, those sources add something, but they don't
Which
really add much because the Gospels alone already prove a historical Jesus existed. No one would seriously doubt that, right?
yeah.
No historian who's trained would seriously doubt it because people don't just randomly make up stuff. Uh, Christianity doesn't just randomly happen. There was a reason behind it.
Yeah.
Either that reason was people were mistaken about who Jesus was, or they were correct about who he was,
Yeah.
ultimately.
Well, and actually, it's funny that you mentioned talking about the historical standpoint from it, with about the historical Jesus. So even when it comes to, for example, like like you don't even have to be biased to know that there was a historical person that was called Jesus of Nazareth, and he was the one who started the Christian faith. And ironically enough, the whole basis behind that is the fact of the matter is that this guy has four gospels written about him, and that he is there's people that we have documents of that knew both his closest disciples as well as his relatives. Like we actually have documentations from people who knew like some of the 12, if not all the 12, and his relatives. And that's really hard to find when it comes to people who have lived throughout history of antiquity. And so you don't even have to be a Christian to believe Jesus historically existed. But ironically enough, the reason why people who are not Christian believe that Jesus historically existed is because of the Gospels, is because of the Bible, is because of the New Testament. Those are the primary sources. So I'm there is a legitimate reason why their history is counted as a branch of education in every major university almost in the world. And so there's good reasons to hold to the historical Jesus being the Messiah in faith based on those historical documentations. So I personally, that's where I'm going. I'm going with where the evidence points me to, and that's where it points me to.
So Cargo Crew here, who's a regular on this channel, and I actually, I guess I'll skip to his last one where he says he has great regard for me and I'm a nice guy, which I appreciate. Well, he's also been very nice in comments. I had no idea that he was not a believer. I mean, I knew he wasn't a Muslim, but I didn't know that he wasn't a Christian either because he's never been aggressive or offensive about it. But apparently he is
Mhm.
not a believer in Christ because he says there's no evidence and all revisionist history, all forged. It's pointless jargon what this fool is uttering. And by fool, he means you. And then he says, guys, all your evidence are very mediocre. Well, I thought there was no evidence, right? Make up your mind. No evidence or mediocre evidence, which is it? And has human influence and impurity. You mean like every document in the history of the
That's
world?
all I was about to say. Everything is humanly influenced. Everything about history, science, philosophy. So that makes no sense.
And he says there's no substance and it's all business. So I mean, there's several things that we could talk about here. Let's start with this idea of revisionist history, because you made
Yeah.
a positive claim. You said, well, you said there's no evidence, and you said it's all revisionist history. Well, apparently you concluded based on the evidence that's revisionist history. So we can just dismiss your first comment out of hand. But how did you conclude that it's revisionist? Right?
And I would ask, what does he mean by that? If he doesn't mind putting that in the comment, what does he mean by revisionist history? That's all forged. Because when I'm thinking of things that are like, for example, he says like that's all forged. So one of the things when it comes to like studying of like Islam is actually the realization that a lot of Christian stories that you find in Islam actually come from Gnostic forgeries. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like for example, like the crucifixion, which derived from the Gospel of Basilides. So like for example, like when you're talking about forged things, so like I've actually done a study on things that is forged and things that are not forged. And the things that are forged is primarily Gnostic writings, but the things that are not forged would be things like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which Mark, he was a scribe for Peter, so that's where he's getting his source. Mark wasn't a direct apostle disciple of Jesus, but he was getting his sources from one that is. Luke, same thing, getting it, being a companion with Paul. They both went to Jerusalem and met both Peter, the apostle, John the apostle, and James, the brother of Jesus. And then you have John, who counted himself as being the beloved disciple, which we know was an apostle because he was at the Last Supper, and only the apostles were at the Last Supper. So, and then Matthew, historically speaking, being the tax collector, traditionally wise, we can make an argument for that. So I'm not seeing that all of it is forged, unless you hold to like Gospel of Thomas, which if you're kind of like if you're putting the Gospel of Thomas as a forgery with like the Gospel of John, the Gospel of Thomas derives from Titian the Assyrian specifically, and ironically enough, Thomas isn't talking about doubting Thomas, who's an apostle. It's referring to the twin brother of Jesus that the Gnostics believed that Jesus had. That's the whole idea of who Thomas is. So that's the kind of forgeries that you're actually dealing with when it comes to history. Is stuff that's coming up like that. That Jesus had a twin brother who was also half deity in the sense that they thought that Jesus was. Um, versus John, who from the very beginning has always been John the Apostle, who was an apostle, who was there at the cross, who have witnessed all these things, who taught his disciples, like, hey, I wrote John, and Matthew wrote Matthew, Mark wrote Mark, Luke wrote Luke, to people like Papias and stuff like that. That's recorded in Eusebius. So all the way down the line, we have from the very beginning who these actual people were. But it wasn't until centuries later you do get actual forgeries from Gnostic, like the Docetists, the Ebionites, people like that. So that's where I'm like, there's no evidence, but yet I'm here is the evidence, and this is what actually history tells us. So that's where it's like when people say there's no evidence, like I said before, personally, I don't think they've done their due diligence in actually researching into this matter. Otherwise, they would say there's no evidence whatsoever. There is evidence, and that's why you have people that are in academics, in New Testament academics specifically, that not only are Christian, but also you don't even have to be Christian to know about this stuff as well. So there you
Excellent.
go.
So there is some irony here that his comments, at least that he made so far, were empty rhetoric, and he's saying that you're just doing pointless jargon. But I get it. The comments are you have very limited characters and whatnot. So I invited him to come talk to us live, and he
Nice.
graciously accepted. So welcome, Cargo Crew.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to make a very macro level point. Of course, uh, I'm a very macro level guy. And the point is that, uh, you know, if there's something, it should stand out, right? You can't equivocate any document, and you can make up any story in a Fox News studio, and you can make it look like what you have already in your gospels, etc. So if there's something of concrete evidence, it should be able to be seen by the dumbest guy. uh, I mean, it doesn't stand out to me. That's all I feel.
Yeah, so there wasn't a lot of substance to that comment. But I think what you're saying, I think what you're trying to say, is that God should, if God was behind the New Testament, He should have made it more obvious than He did. Um, so my
Well,
question to you, right, is why do you say that, right? How do you know what is best? I mean, I've been looking at history and it seems to have been pretty effective. Whether or not God was behind it, the New Testament as written seems to have been very effective.
hello.
Yeah, go. So that's a question to you, Cargo Crew. Why do you think that
I think he was having connection issues
yeah, I think he may have been having connection issues.
because when he said
So
hello,
hopefully he'll get that ironed out. Uh, Ultimate Truth did join backstage, but I don't plan to bring him up.
well, if I can real quick, in regards to what he was talking about, because he brought up things like Fox News, how like Fox News can like say something and it could be like, you can make up any story. Here, here's my anecdote. When it comes to things like modern news today, if you have and not even all necessarily, if you have multiple media platforms covering the same story, but and like say for example, it's just something like completely random. If there is multiple media outlets that are covering the same story but are different in what they cover about that story, there is still a core to the story nonetheless, even if they're simply minor or even major macro, you mentioned macro details that are different within the story, like especially when it comes to, like I'll talk about today. There was a lot of political news that's out there today when it comes to, the US presidency. But nonetheless, a core of the thing is that this core is that something is happening within the US presidency, whether that's with like anything that the news is covering. So the point of the matter is like, even if you think it's like a made up news story or anything, there's still a core to the news story. And that's what stands out, because when it comes to Christianity, when you look at the core doctrines, the fundamental core doctrines of Christianity, all of it stays the exact same from the beginning till today. None of it has been changed. You still have that, what Jesus taught then, what you have now, and that's demonstrated by history. Actually, a few examples, and I actually just so happen to have like my it pulled up here. There's a few different ones. Anecdotal evidence, which is the retelling of events; documentary evidence, which that could be by media or it could be by paper, so like newspaper, parchment, ancient history, stuff like that. Testimonial evidence, that which we talk about people that are given like witnesses under oath or something like that, or somebody who eyewitnessed something, their testimony about it. And then of course you have one like historical evidence, which here, if you look up what historical evidence is, it's derived from written, testimonial, anecdotal, and observational, which I even found this out, which the scientific method is glamorously used for observational evidence. And so the historical method is a science. History is a form of science. And so when you look at historical evidence, it demonstrates from the historical standpoint, Christianity actually holds up to scrutiny in one way, shape, or form, more than others, and more ways than most when it comes to certain aspects, but nonetheless, it holds up to it from a historical standpoint. And so that's what we're talking about. So to say that there's no evidence and it's just jargon demonstrate that there's a lack of actually understanding when it comes to this specific topic and field. And so that's why this is why I started the YouTube channel Everything NT, is because there are people out there that hold to this. And I think it would be very beneficial for the church to also go into this more. So by the grace of God and by the will of God, I hope to be one of the ones to help in that aspect. So yeah.
Absolutely. Awesome Lawson says, if you don't feel you can have a basic trust in the general historical narrative, then you've well on your way to nihilism and you don't want to go there. And
Yeah.
that's what I was going to, hopefully Cargo Crew will get his internet straightened out. I'd love to have a discussion with him. But that's why I asked the first question, why do you think it's insufficient, first of all? And
Yeah.
then once he gave his reasons, then I would push him on anything else in history, right? Because he said that he was why he brought Fox News up, I'm not sure, but basically saying that anyone could invent a news story at any time.
Not back
Well,
then.
well, one, so in principle, right? Tacitus could invent some stories about Augustus and put them in his biography of Augustus.
Sure.
However, you have to, eh, that's true of everything, right?
Yeah.
So what would be the better methodology that he thinks exists? And historians know this, right? They know that just because someone wrote something doesn't mean it happened, and they have ways of testing whether or not it is actually historically reliable.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness to Cargo Crew, we have been talking in general jargon, as he put it, because we were laying out the methodology first. So let me ask you a question, since Cargo Crew isn't here. In the case of Jesus, we have at least four, at least partially independent biographies of him.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any other non-king in world history before the advent of the printing press that has four biographies written about them?
Actually, no. That's the irony behind it. And actually, you see people. I've even seen people specifically like Bart Ehrman has even talked about talking to a mythicist, and this is actually happening live, and this is being recorded. Um, there was a lady who asked a question. It's like, I don't believe Jesus actually existed, and Bart Ehrman just straight up says, "Well, I do." And because, well, first off, the guy has four gospels written about him, and you don't see that about anybody in ancient history before the printing press. I don't know if he specifically says printing press. I don't. I mean, he
Yeah, I
doesn't.
picked an arbitrary point, but the point is before modern times.
Yeah, exactly. And so like there, nobody has like four gospels, especially with the gospel. They're called gospels because it's a genre. It's a type of um written literature that was written in regards to speaking about somebody. Um, and when it comes to that specific genre of what the gospels are, you don't have anybody that has four of them. Actually, I don't even think you have anybody who has even three of them. And if anything, if you have like two, then it's just mentioning about somebody, but not specifically about that somebody. So
Yeah,
no.
if you look at, like, say, Plato or something, I don't think that you probably have any biographies written within 100 years of his life.
Emperor
So that,
Titian, for example. Emperor Titian, like for example, like I'll give an example of Emperor Titian because you have, if I'm not mistaken, it's like Pliny the Younger, Plutarch, and then like one other one talks about where, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Titian, but I could be getting my emperors mixed up of where he was when Rome was being burnt. And yet again, these are not biographies or anything like that, ancient autobiographies written about him or anything about that. These are just historians
Hello.
writing down historical things. But with the Gospels, these are historical matters written about a
mhm.
historical person. That's the big difference. And so that's where it comes into play of like, yeah, you don't have anybody writing ancient biographies like that on that scale about a single person. Thankfully, we have that about Christ, and that just shows how much of the tradition is actually preserved.
Hello.
And
Yep, so Cargo Crew is back. Welcome back, Cargo Crew. For whatever reason, the image isn't appearing on screen, but I think you guys will be able to hear his audio at least, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yep, I just saw the indication that the volume went up when you spoke, so the audience should be able to hear you. So my question for you, before you had some internet issues there, was why do you think that the Gospels are insufficient to demonstrate historical fact?
Because what's my understanding is there are some, man-made um, uh, inferences which you can take from it. It's just not appealing to me. First reason is that there's something about the age of the universe being maybe a few thousand years. And I saw a guy on BBC, one of the archbishops or somebody, who cleanly said that maybe Darwin was right. And so there is some incompatibility. And secondly, there's nothing really appealing in the sense. See, now if you don't have any gospel or anything, and let's say you have a tribe in Papua New Guinea who's never even heard of any civilization. So if there's a true God and there's a true Jesus Christ, you that has to be inculcated in those tribes one day. If you remove all traces of the Bible, etc., so that is an actual revelation. Not something very. It sounds very. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
So that's my
Okay,
view.
so you raised a few on related points, and we'd be happy to discuss each of those. Um, and don't take offense at this, but you obviously are not very versed with the actual issues involved here because you went to the age of the universe, which has nothing to do with the Gospels, which is what we're talking about. But no problem, right? Um, so I guess your first statement was that there are marks of human beings having written the text. And you apparently are referring to the entire Bible, not the Gospel specifically. And as a Christian, I would say, yes, that's exactly what our doctrine would tell us, is that these are human documents. They bear marks of human writing in them. We don't believe that they're word for word dictated from God. That's not a Christian belief. And that's, of course, true of every historical document, right? That it's written by human beings. So if you're
So then
telling
why
me
should
that we
I
can't
keep
trust something
evidence
just
of
because it's
that?
written by human beings, are you telling me we can't trust any document?
Why should I keep this evidence on par with any other evidence? This is supposed to be the most important revelation of all time. So it has to stand out. I mean, you can't compare it with
Well,
anything.
I would say
And
it does
what is
stand out, but that's not the point here. That our argument, all right, the argument, not the argument every Christian would make, not even a common argument necessarily, but the argument that both Hunter and I would prefer making for the truth of Christianity is that it stands up to historical scrutiny. And when you're analyzing something historically, you need to use the tools of history, which means you need to analyze
tough is it to
documents.
forge?
What do you say?
How tough is it to forge something and make a fictional character or make a fake historian? How tough is it?
Yeah, so that's a great question. That's a very important question. So, how easy is it to write a work of fiction? Well, obviously, that's not that difficult. How easy is it to pass off a work of fiction as fact? Now, that is much more difficult. And the question isn't what is, and so then the question is, what is the motive, right? What is the motive? What are the authors of the text attempting to do? Are they attempting to write history? Are they attempting to write historical fiction, which would be anachronistic? That's an idea that didn't exist at the time. Or
Maybe they have a good
are
motive in
they,
the beginning. Yeah.
and these are the questions historians ask, right? These are the questions that historians ask when they look at a document. They say, what is the author attempting to do? If they're attempting to write a work of fiction, then there's no more questions to be asked, right? If you're writing a work of fiction, everyone knows it's a work of fiction, well, then there's no questions to be asked of it historically. I mean, maybe you can glean some information about contemporary society indirectly or something, but for our purposes, there's nothing to be analyzed. Now, let's get to specifics. So I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you know what the opening words of the Gospel of Luke are?
No, I am not aware.
All right, so Hunter, how does the Gospel of Luke begin? Not like word for word, but what is it doing?
Pretty much the recordings of people who actually witness these things.
So, in other words, the prologue is establishing the genre of the work.
Yep.
So Luke is declaring, I am writing a history.
Yep.
Okay. Now, I already stated it, but let's get confirmation from you. do we know of any attempt to write intentionally fictional history before, I don't know, let's say 1800?
Wait,
Of course, there must
oh,
be millions of people who
Uh,
maybe imagine things.
so let me rephrase that. Uh, Did the genre of historical fiction exist where you set a story in the past, it's intended to be fiction, but it bears the marks of being history?
I mean, you talk to a 7, 8 year old child, he could do this. It's not a big deal.
He could do what?
He
That
could make
wasn't
up
my
something, a
question.
figment of
My
his
question
imagination.
wasn't,
And
can someone make stuff up? That's not the question at all.
no,
We're
I'm
talking
talking
about the
about an
genre.
intelligent 8 year old.
We're talking about the genre of the work. So the work purports to be history. It says, I've interviewed eyewitnesses, I've investigated the matters, I've looked into everything. The stereotypical language that someone writing a history uses.
First
Do
of
we
all,
have,
the approach of historically, trying to justify that itself has some kind of a self doubt. If it was really the truth, you wouldn't have to justify it and give a preface or whatever. If it's the truth, it has to stand out.
wait a second,
It
wait a second. So you went from this could be fiction to, if it wasn't fiction, the author wouldn't try to justify it being a history.
it has to be justified in a supernatural way. It can't be justified like
well,
Well,
anything
it
else.
does justify it in a supernatural way. That would be the miracles of Jesus. But let me ask
That
you,
they
let me just ask you, okay? So you've proposed that the text is inadequate. How could it be adequate? What could God have done that you would accept as valid evidence?
As I told you, if there's a tribe in Papua New Guinea who's never heard of the Bible,
That's a different question. I
no,
want to ask you,
that is an example. That let's say I have never even heard of Jesus Christ,
right?
and if I felt him in certain ways without being prompted, then that is something which would raise an eyebrow. But not that. Not. I mean,
Okay, well, I will address that question here in a second, but I want to, so the only way, right, if I'm understanding your question, your claim directly, the only way that God could prove that he exists is to reveal himself to people who have never encountered his history
not the only way.
before.
Not the only way. I
Okay,
look, Darius. We have said that.
anyway, a way that you would consider acceptable. What other ways would you consider acceptable?
Firstly, I also mentioned that there's some kind of scientific inconsistency in the Bible. Like, for example, the universe being 3,000 years old, and a lot of bishops, etc., coming on TV and saying that yes, there's some
Okay,
verses around.
yeah.
let's just say for
Yeah.
the sake of argument that Genesis is wrong. Would that have any bearing on whether or not Matthew is wrong?
I'm so sorry. I'm not aware of the particular chapters per se. Yeah.
Well, okay, so let me make this as simple as possible. Genesis is written sometime around, I mean, there's debate, but let's just say for the sake of argument, sometime around 1400 BC by an author. Matthew
Okay.
is written around 100 AD by an author. Why would that first text having errors in it have anything to do with the accuracy of the second text, written at a different time by a different author?
Again, I'm
Who
not
ate the
100%
apple?
sure of the chronology. I'm not sure that is. I'm not able to answer because I don't know the Bible very well.
Wait, so if you don't know, then why are you assuming something about it? Because pretty much this whole time
Yeah,
you've been
because
assuming
for
you've been
me,
assuming.
but
Wait,
let's say
if I can just
born
finish real
skeptic,
quick,
right?
if I could just finish my point real fast,
Okay.
because you're making a lot of claims about the Bible, saying what it has to be if it's the divine word of God, but who gets to determine that and why? Because ultimately, what we use is if we were to compare it to every other documentary, it doesn't actually necessarily have to stand out from a historical standpoint. Actually, it would help us if we have a method to determine whether something happened or not within the past, if we have a method to determine that, then, and we have literally the literature that determines that, then we already have a method to say whether this is actually true or not. We don't have to have some specific divine intervention that we have never seen before, because a lot of people would be like, oh, well, there's nothing like this in the world. It's like people that talk about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's never happened in the world, so it probably didn't happen there in the first place. It's like, okay, there is a divine special case right there, but yet because there's no other example of it, people automatically rule it out. So it's like damned if I do, damned if I don't, either way. But when it does come to the historical method,
No, but
we
there's no
utilize.
verifiable eyewitnesses on the resurrection. I mean, there's
Sorry.
nothing.
W-
There's
w-
no verifiable eyewitness for the
How
resurrection.
can you make that statement when you don't even know what the documents are? I
Yeah,
mean, with
like,
Because
all
if
due
it was
respect.
true, I would have known it. I mean,
wait, hold on. So what?
Wait a second. Go ahead,
Can
Hunter.
I've
I
been
may
on the
can I
subject.
have
I've been on
can
your
I take can I take this one? This is what I love. This is why I have a YouTube channel for this stuff. So you said if there is, you would know about it if there were.
I
Okay,
would have
so
heard it from Thaddeus's mouth.
I'm sorry.
I would have heard it on his channel by now.
Okay, oh, on this channel by now. Well, no, well, hold on. Even if you haven't heard it on this channel, that still doesn't make it the case. Like, because if you would have heard it by now, if you haven't, my question is what have you heard and from who?
Look, I'm nobody. Okay, I'm just dust in the wind.
Yeah,
But
we're just having a very nice conversation with you.
And it's just a
I'm trying to be
question.
as respectful as possible.
Yeah. So that's why I'm just asking, what have you heard and from who?
no, what I've heard is that the resurrection comes as described as having no independent eyewitness, and also even the
Okay.
existence of the figure of Jesus Christ is only corroborated by somebody called Josephus, who's also not a non-partisan, I guess. And these are all very weak threads, you know.
Well, hold on.
Okay, so one thing
Hold
at
on.
a time. One thing at a
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So
The resurrection first, right? You said that there's no independent witnesses of the resurrection. Everything New Testament. What do we call someone who believes in the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
A
Do
somebody
we have
believer.
a
who,
term? Do we have a term for someone who believes that Jesus rose from the dead?
yeah, they're called Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. So what do you mean that there's no independent witnesses? What you want and what I often hear from atheists is they want someone who says everything about Christianity is true, but I'm not a Christian. Well, if you think it's true, then why wouldn't you be a Christian?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that
we know.
it's somebody with
But
a
you're
lot of
asking for
loose
an
ends.
independent eyewitness that says that Jesus rose from the dead but didn't become a Christian. I mean, if you saw a guy rise from the dead after that guy went around claiming he was God and that he would die and rise from the dead for the forgiveness of sins, and you saw him rise from the dead, say, "Yep, I saw him rise from the dead, but I still don't believe him." I mean, do you think that's a logical position that someone would take?
Yeah, of course it's logical because now somebody like me who's going to be born 2000 years later, what do I look up to? Because it's a very perfectly logical question from my end that I need
Well,
to
you're
see something.
shifting the goalpost a little bit.
No. I'm
You're
in the
shifting
goal.
it from an independent eyewitness to somebody 2,000
Look,
years ago.
I don't, I can't talk on that subject because I'm not well versed with it. But my question is basically the chain of the same thing, is that all I have is your word, right? And that word is not good enough.
Not
For,
necessarily. Again, it's all about methodology, which Thaddeus rightly brought up. So when it comes, like for example,
technology is very, it's not a big
so
deal, you know.
to put it in perspective, okay,
It's just
are you
common sense.
are you familiar with the historical method?
Well, there's no one method to do anything.
I'm just asking, are you familiar with the historical one?
With the term the historical method, it refers to a specific methodology.
Yep. Are you familiar with it?
It's like the
Okay, the
scientific
method
method.
can
It
change
refers to
tomorrow.
something specific.
Okay, I'm not aware. Sorry, I'm not aware. Yeah.
Okay. So my question would be then, why does it have to be an independent eyewitness? Why can't it be a dependent eyewitness instead of independent? If you're not familiar, like if you're not familiar with how we know anything in the ancient historical world, then
No,
how are
that,
you? Then
see,
how are
for
you
example,
coming
if
up
there's,
with the? Wait, hold
it
on.
has
That
to be
so hold on.
somebody.
So hold on. You're saying it has to be, but yet
No,
why?
I'm fin-
But the issue that I'm
It
having
has to be
personally,
somebody from another geography,
why?
and yeah,
Another
because
geography.
Hold on,
yeah,
but
Hold on a
yeah.
second.
hold
Hold
on.
on a second. Hold on a second. Let's just make a human event, okay? So assassination of President Kennedy. What
Okay,
you're telling me is that unless someone in so in case you didn't know, he was shot in Texas, right? Okay, a U.S.
okay,
state. I don't know where you're from. Uh,
okay.
what you're telling me is that unless we have someone from, let's say, Great Britain, who also knows that he was shot, that doesn't count as an eyewitness
Maybe
testimony.
within the span of maybe
Except
a
you
week,
said a
10 days,
different
6 months.
geography. You said a different geography. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
how would someone from a
of
different
course,
geography
of course.
know what happened in a geography, right? Only people from that
Because
geography can be
Jesus,
eyewitnesses to
that
what happened
JFK is a
there.
small fry. Okay, this is a big deal. Jesus is a big deal. So now, within a matter of 6 months, the people weren't so stupid back then. If within a matter of 6 months, if you
How
had
wait? How would you know that?
No, 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 not letting you get away with that. People were not
Yeah.
so stupid back then. People were of exactly equal intelligence potential.
absolutely
Yeah, you're making a lot of assertions and claims here that actually, like, I have no idea where you're getting your information from. Like, it sounds honestly kind of made up. Like, I feel like what you're saying
no,
is
no.
more made
Let's
up
just
than
stick to.
the
I'm
historical
talking about
confirmation
geography.
of Jesus as a historical person.
I'm talking about the geography. The reason why you need a diverse geography is because in a small geography, people can be influenced, or maybe they can be drugged. Anything is
But that still
possible.
doesn't make them wrong.
Well, it
So
doesn't make it wrong, but then
your biasness is getting ahead of the conclusion. So you're already
yeah,
concluding it has to be this way in order for it to be considered even reliable.
no, for
When
me to believe,
nobody,
okay,
when no,
see, it's
hold on,
pretty much already for
excuse me, thank you. Your bias is already getting ahead of your conclusion, which is fallaciously already determining what you think it should be when
I
nobody
am biased
in the
because I never got
hold
a
on,
deep
excuse
dream of
me,
Jesus Christ so far in my
hold
life.
on, excuse me. I am still talking. Do you hear me speaking? If you hear me speaking, don't interrupt because I haven't been interrupting you. So show mutual quorum, okay?
Sorry.
Decorum, sorry. What I was saying, because if you interrupt me, I lose my train of thought. If I lose my train of thought, then this conversation's not going to go anywhere. Um, Nobody in the field of academics, when it comes to history, think the way that you're thinking, which is why I'm asking you before, like, where are you getting this? Like, how do you determine it, and where are you getting it from? Because it sounds like the way you're going about it is just made up. It's just what you think it should be. When I don't know anybody who holds to that in academics.
That's immaterial, right? Whether somebody holds to that train of thought or not. So my question is,
Oh,
yeah. Uh, Now, I haven't dreamt of Jesus Christ, and I wouldn't have heard of Jesus Christ hadn't it been for, uh, you know, um,
mm-hmm.
some kind of a marketing, right?
Some kind of marketing. So, okay, yeah. Let, let's leave the historical question aside because you obviously don't actually know enough information to discuss details with us, and go to your supposition that if God was legitimate, he would reveal himself to people who had no access to him. What makes you say that hasn't happened? Because I've heard reports of that happening.
Yeah, yes,
I can see it hasn't happened for
yes.
you,
No,
but
I mean,
I,
what you just going to take somebody's word? How do you know? I mean, maybe he
so
wanted.
so in other words, your proposed criteria actually isn't good enough for you because you said if God was real, this is what he would have done, right? He would reveal himself to someone in Papua New Guinea, I think is what you said.
Yeah.
But then if he does do that, then you say, well, that doesn't count because they could be mistaken.
No. Okay,
So
then
is there actually a way that
give me
God
a.
could reveal himself that you would accept as valid, other than to you
There
personally?
to be, see, you cannot equate God's logic with the human logic, right? And
Says
it's
who?
not so difficult for God to design a system that I wouldn't know what is the truth.
But
Or
again, says who? Who? Why? I mean, why is that the case?
see, are you see, my whole thing is that what you say and what you provide can be said and can be provided by anybody, you know,
No,
That's not
has
true,
who
though.
has a
no.
certain amount of
That's a statement, but it's a false statement.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
So, Hunter, let's pick.
Does the Bible teach me how to make an avocado sandwich?
It doesn't
Does it
have
have
to.
No.
something of immense
Wait,
wisdom?
hold on. It doesn't have to. So it's not the same as every other thing that's out there. That's
Why
Did it
that's the
teach
point I
me
was.
should it teach
something?
you how to make an avocado sandwich? I mean,
Yeah,
Did it
that's a
teach me
silly
something?
statement.
Did
I
it
know
teach
that's
me
the
to
point
make a
that I was
stepper
making.
motor
You
or
made the example.
induction motor?
Hold on. You made the point that you can use anything we say about the Bible or about God. I can't remember the exact word you said there about any other thing. No, you cannot. You cannot say about every single person out there that is a religious figure that they have four gospels written about them 2,000 years ago. You can't say that one is writing about Greco-Roman history, or is the father of history or history themselves, or anything like that. You can't say that about everybody and everything. You can't just clump it all together. So that's I don't know where you're getting that line of thinking from, but that is not how reality works. So that's wrong.
Yeah, with all due respect, your statement is just factually false. Now, you can apply a historical critique to any other religion. Well, actually, that's not even true because many religions are claimed to be ahistorical by nature. But let's say, in principle, you can analyze the history of any religion. We can go and we can analyze the claimed history of pre-Columbian America as found in the Mormon texts. And we can see whether that holds up to scrutiny or not. And spoiler alert, it doesn't. We can go and we can look at the purported history behind the Islamic prophet Muhammad, and we can see whether it holds up to scrutiny or not. And spoiler alert, it doesn't. And so on and so forth. We can apply this test, and if we're being consistent, we should apply the same test to everything. Now, like I said, some religions are ahistorical by nature. Buddhism, you can't apply a historical test to it because it
No,
doesn't
that's
claim
actually
to.
more logical, you know. If it's
What's
not
more logical?
historical, yeah, if it's not historical, it is not incumbent on you to whether to force that belief or not, right?
Well,
So the
first of
realization
all, it's
can
not
come
incumbent on me to force belief
ahistorically.
as it is. So, so, so don't make statements like that. It's not incumbent on any Christian to force anyone to do anything. And any Christian
Of course, that is
historically or contemporary who
if
says
you have
otherwise does not understand the gospel in any way.
that is you have clear verses which says that it is your duty to lead somebody into the path of Jesus. So that is
It's my
in a way
duty to,
you are
yeah,
coercing
that's not force.
will.
Lead. Like, I would
Mm,
disagree with you on a verse that says
Yeah,
to lead people into the way
here's
of
my,
Jesus,
here's,
but that's irrelevant. I am certainly called to spread the good news, to preach the word, to teach people the truth, but it's up to the individual whether they choose to accept that or not. Um, Nor does this have anything to do with anything that is being said. You keep jumping around to all kinds of different things. I
yeah,
understand you have a lot of objections, but we need to deal with one objection at a
right.
time. And the objection we're supposed to be dealing with here is that your supposition that if God were real, it should be more obvious, I think, if we want to boil it down to it. But more obvious to who? Because it couldn't be more obvious to me.
I mean, you're being biased there. You know, this
Or
for
you're
both.
being biased. Maybe you're being biased and ignoring all the evidence because you don't want to
No,
hear
I
it. I
mean,
mean, you can't just say you're biased. You got to give me something to work with here,
yeah,
right?
because but it can go
And,
both
and
ways.
I don't know if you're here at the start or not.
look, Thaddeus, I'm well aware
Everything
can be
NT
from the Old Testament, right?
Hunter was an atheist. Did he conclude that atheism was false and Christianity true because he was biased towards Christianity as an atheist?
I don't know.
Now, I did grow up in the Christian church. I actually don't adhere to the same, broadly speaking. I don't adhere to the same beliefs as my parents. I've rejected some of their beliefs and come to different beliefs. I would like to think that if I was born in some other country, I would have eventually come to the truth as well. I mean, I'm very thankful for my parents for bringing me up in the church. That doesn't make it false just because I grew up in it, right? It doesn't make me biased because I know myself. I know I'm willing to reject things that I have been taught that are in theory important if the evidence doesn't fit them, right? So I'm talking theologically here, right? Certain theological beliefs I was raised to don't fit with what I understand the New Testament, the Bible as a whole to be teaching, and thus I have rejected them. So I'm willing to look at the evidence, right? When I started to study Islam, I had beliefs about it. I
Islam is
believed.
horseshit. Yeah, I don't even want to.
Well, that's not the point here, right? Uh, I had beliefs about it. I believed that it was benign's not the right term because obviously it'd be leading people to falsehood, but that it was more the media portrayal of it, that it's wrong, but it's not like especially evil. It's just another wrong religion. It's not worse or better than any other wrong religion. And I've come to some conclusions that would make me very socially unpopular, right? If my coworkers, for example, knew all of my views about Islam, if they knew what I did on YouTube and whatnot, I might be fired from my job if they knew what I do. Now, they wouldn't be legally justified in doing so, but that's not the point. The point is, I've adopted views that are contrary to my own self-interests, right? So you can call me biased all you want. I accept that. Every human being is biased, yourself included. Probably yourself
Yeah,
most of all, if you can't see that your conclusions have been biased. But I have
no,
done everything in my power to come to the truth despite my bias, which is what historical inquiry is about, right? Coming to the truth despite the bias of the sources. Every source is biased. You said that the Bible is written by human beings and flawed and biased and whatnot. That's the only assumption I come to the text when I'm trying to argue for the truth of Christianity, is that it's written by a human being who is biased, could make mistakes, but then I analyze it and say, did they make mistakes? Just saying they could have made mistakes is insufficient to conclude that they did.
hmm
All right, so sorry for that long monologue there. So let me ask you the question again in a
yeah.
different way. What evidence would you theoretically accept for the truth of Christianity if it
Uh, as I
existed?
said, as I said, there has to be somebody within a vicinity of 6 months in another geography, a person of repute, and corroborated again in at least 2 or 3 geographies. Which is a pretty logical thing, right?
So what if that exists? I
Yeah,
bet you, I bet I have heard many stories of people who had little or no knowledge of Christianity encountering a figure that they later came to realize was Jesus Christ.
no, sorry, that is, I'm saying that at the time of resurrection, within a vicinity of 6 months, in 3 or 4 geographies, this uh, data point must have been recorded
Why?
because it,
Why?
it just has
Why
to.
such a?
But again,
It just
why does that
has to.
have?
That's not an argument.
Yeah, why? Why
Because
does that have to?
because there's obvious hook to this, that if there's everybody in the same geography is corroborating, then it's most likely that it's made up.
Wait,
And
hold on.
if there is,
No,
Hold on,
no, no.
hold on,
That
Thaddeus.
conclusion is
Thaddeus,
not justified.
because I was gonna ask again. You say that it's more than likely made up. Again, why?
yeah, because if I have a small group in my geography and the news doesn't pass on to the more intelligent geography and they can't confront me, then the question goes unanswered,
Not
it has
necessarily.
to be established worldwide, or worldwide in the sense, in the select few people, that this thing has occurred and there
Actually,
is a
you'd
stamp
find
of
the
approval.
opposite. Historically speaking, you would find the opposite. If you're a part of a small community that made up something, and you make it up in the place where you say all of these things actually took place, well, actually, you would be more inclined to be confronted and show that it was made up, because everybody that's around there that doesn't hold to what you hold to as well would come to you and say, no, hey, you're making it all up. It's actually more plausible that if something is made up, it
I mean,
actually goes
you
out of
have
the
a
hold on,
normal police
hold on, hang
officer.
on. No, dude, I'm telling you the truth. This is how it works. If I were to make up something, and like let's use Jerusalem as an example. If I were to honestly make up something, it would be more plausible, and I would be able to more substantiate it if I went outside of Jerusalem, made all this stuff up, and then actually spread it outside of Jerusalem instead of
Okay,
saying, hang on,
let's
please.
agree to disagree.
No, there's no agree to disagree.
Yeah, this is simplified.
I'm sorry. There is absolutely no agree to disagree here whatsoever. If I were to make it up, I would not make it up in the place where all these things I say happened at, and I wouldn't start all these rumors at that same exact place. I would go somewhere else and say that I made it up, saying that all this stuff happened, because then there's nobody to challenge me. If I do it at the place where I say all this stuff happens, then there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people that can challenge me on it. That's so you actually have it backwards. There's no agree to disagree. You have it backwards, my
No,
friend.
no, I don't agree with you for simple reason. If you make it up in your geography and there's no established cross questioning at that time,
There
then you
would
just
be
let it.
though. That's the point.
No, there hasn't been any record in any other.
There would
What
hold
do
on,
you mean
hold
there's
on,
no record? Hold
hold on.
on.
Wait, no,
You
In
I
don't
other
know
geographies,
with all due respect, you don't know the evidence. Stop making claims about the evidence, right? You didn't even know some basic facts. And there is record of people disputing the Christian claims.
Yep, you have it in Jewish records specifically. In Jewish records, it talks about how when it comes to the empty tomb of Jesus Christ, well,
but
the
did
Jews.
those people investigate the people who had seen the resurrection?
Yeah, well, no, what they would actually, let me finish what I'm saying. What they actually say is that, from the earliest Jewish comments about these things, is that the disciples actually stole the body from the empty tomb. So there were people who were already arguing against this from the very beginning, and it's even recorded in the New Testament specifically. The same thing that the Jews are saying, what they're saying is actually recorded in the New Testament. So that's actually there's an independent witness there and a dependent witness there, where you have both a Jewish source and a Christian source saying the same exact thing about what the Jews were saying. So that shows another piece of evidence to show that uh, the New Testament historically actually got something right. Um, and it agrees with other eyewitness testimony as well. So no, when it comes to like Jesus and the resurrection and the empty tomb, you do have
Okay,
actual.
I disagree. Whatever. So my next point is that
Wait, no, 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 no. Hold on. You're already moving ahead.
you're
I,
kind of yeah. We don't have all day. So my second point
right.
is
So hold on. So instead
Well,
of wait,
hold on.
hang on. So
Hold
instead
on.
of
Are you interested in serious inquiry or not?
no.
Because
I'm not convinced
every time we
that this
answer a
gentleman's
question,
answer
every time
established.
we answer a question, you just dismiss it and then you bring
He's
up
not
something different.
able to articulate in a pinpointed way.
I'm actually doing it right now, but you keep interrupting. So do you want to have an honest conversation, or do you just want to end
Yeah,
it here?
sure.
Okay. So yeah, sure you want to end it here, or yeah, sure you want to have an honest conversation, because I am
Yeah,
giving you I ironically I am giving you pinpoint pieces of evidence left and right. And as soon as I do, you say, well, let's go ahead and move on. I don't have all day. Let's move to my next thing. When I'm giving you those pinpoints. I don't think honestly you just want to hold to it, because what it does is demonstrates that your lack of understanding in the field itself is, I mean, literally I mean, that's all it's doing. It's showing that you have a
it's
lack of
okay.
understanding in this field.
It's fine. I mean, look, I don't have to be a stereotypical understander or scientist or methodical person. It's very easy to figure out uh, whether somebody's talking straight or is beating around.
I agree
Yeah.
100%. I don't think you're talking very
Yeah,
straight.
we don't think that you have to be an expert on things. But what I'm asking you, I'm not asking you to be an expert on anything, but what I'm asking you is to not make statements of fact about things you don't know, and then tell us that we're making stuff up when we tell you the actual
I
facts
was
of the matter.
Sarius, I have great respect for you. I have
I
great respect.
believe you. I believe you, right? I mean, we're having a nice, friendly conversation here. I, I'm sure you acknowledge that I am knowledgeable,
Yep.
but what I'm trying to get here, right? What I'm trying to get here is to show you that your objections don't stand up to scrutiny. You're raising objections that many of them are very common objections, but they don't stand up to scrutiny. And to show you they don't stand up to scrutiny, we need to go to concrete pieces of evidence. And it feels like you don't want to hear those concrete pieces of evidence. You just
Yeah,
want to
I don't
dismiss
want
them
to
as soon
hear.
as they're raised.
I want to hear only what I want to hear, which is corroboration in another geography with somebody with a separate train of thought.
Okay, so I just gave one when it comes to Jewish texts that are not even Christian. What do you have to say about that?
That's in the same geography.
Oh, actually, technically, well, hold on. Define geography for me because I wonder if you are saying the same thing I'm saying when it comes to geography.
Let's say maybe somebody who can't be immediately influenced 100 kilometers.
Okay, so these
100
Jews,
kilometers.
hold on. So these Jews are not influenced by Christianity whatsoever. They actually
What he's doing.
reject Christian. They actually reject Christianity as a whole. So do they count?
I mean, see, there. I don't want to get into a point by point thing, but
You just
in my
mentioned
opinion, they don't
That's what
pinpoints.
count.
we do on this channel as we get into
No,
point by
because
point
I'm not
things.
aware 100%, right? But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wouldn't say.
which is fine.
I
Okay.
see. It's very
Just say I
natural for
don't
a
know.
Jew to
Just say I
refute
don't
it.
know.
It's very natural
So,
for a
so
Jew to
let me,
refute.
so what you want, and
Yeah.
we disagree that this is a valid want, first of all. But what you want is you want a text, I think, because
Yeah.
you
In
say a
another
person,
language,
but it has to be a
or
text,
yeah.
or it doesn't exist today, right? So you want a text written in somewhere far away from Jerusalem
Yes.
that claims the same thing that the text in written in Jerusalem. Well,
Yes.
people would disagree they're written in Jerusalem, but that's regardless of the point. The
Yes.
things found in the New Testament.
Because then those people who are supposedly the wise and the intelligent people of the day can confront these so-called the
So
one-sided.
yeah, so let me ask you a question, and let's see how you answer this. So let's say I examine the ancient texts of the Mayans from the Americas,
Okay.
and I analyze the ancient text of the Chinese,
Okay.
and I find some similarities in their creation accounts.
Okay.
Is that evidence that they're correct?
No, it's not necessary.
Okay, so you just told me that your own criteria doesn't work for you, and I
How's
agree
that?
that would well, you said that you would have to see the same story written in two different places at two different times, but then I
No, but
just
they
told you
could
that you
be
have the
two
same
parallel
basic story
stories.
written in two different places at
That's
two different
not a
times, and
valid
you said it
argument.
doesn't matter. And I think you're right, it doesn't matter because actually what Hunter said earlier is a more probable explanation that if people are making stuff up, they make it up about a distant place, distant time, and they sometimes make up things that sound the same. I guarantee, maybe not you personally, I don't know you personally, I don't want to speak for you, but I guarantee if there was a bunch of documents that had stories very similar to the resurrection of Jesus from, say, the Americas, that would be proof positive to most atheists that this is made up, right? They would say, see, this is just a common belief of the ancient world that was adapted to
Not
this
necessary, but
particular
that's fine.
society.
Yeah. So my second point is that there's nothing, as I told you about the avocado sandwich. There's nothing, there's no. You say the miracle, he turned water into wine, and he heals a blind person. So this is again is not able for me to, I have no way to verify this. And had
So
it
we
instead of telling me, had he told me
Right.
how to
So
cure a
instead
cornea,
of trying to explain to you how the historical method works again, let me just ask you what I asked before. What would you accept as verification? And if you're going to say a document ran in a different time and different place, you just told me that you would accept that,
Yes, it's not
because you
about.
said that you wouldn't accept the Mayan creation account agreeing with the Chinese creation account as evidence that they witnessed the creation.
No, that is the reason why I asked for a parallel account, is that the person who's written the parallel account could have confronted the original person who made the claim, and then, proofread what they say, and maybe take 10, 20 interviews of those people who saw the resurrection and see if the stories match.
What
Yeah.
makes you think that? Okay, so they would have to actually witness it. So you're contradicting yourself. If a faraway place that can't have been a witness, then goes and interviews the witnesses. What if they're
Yeah, of
far
course.
away and they can't influence one another? Then they can't go and talk to one another, and that's what you
No, of
want.
course they.
You say you want someone who has to be that's far enough away to be independent, and then you say, but I want them to go there and interview them or whatever.
Look, if you go to any crime
Okay,
investigation,
so let me.
Well, Thaddeus,
Yeah,
if I just may real quick,
yeah.
when it comes to like the begin like the Christian claims and everything, not everybody in the geography location that in Jerusalem were Christians. You had Jews and Romans there too that were completely against the followers of Christ, of the God, Jesus Christ himself. So that's why I was making the point before. If you're going to make something up, you would actually go outside of the geographical location, because you don't have people standing up to you.
yeah, I disagree
If
with that.
No, hold on. Like, I'll give an example. Okay, say I'm a Christian. Say I'm one of the first Christians. Say I'm a direct disciple of Jesus, and I talk about the resurrection. And then out of nowhere, well, I don't say out of nowhere, but then I go to India and I start talking about the resurrection of Christianity, of Christ, and I start talking about all these things Christianity.
No,
Who's
you
gonna
don't have to
stand
go
up? Hang on,
maybe
hold
the
on,
first
hold on,
Christ.
hang on.
Answer the question,
Who
please.
hold on? Who in India is gonna stand up against me that can actually stand up against anything I say about Christianity? Who is gonna do that in India?
Yeah, maybe if there's somebody who's got the resources, he can come back with you.
No. There's nobody. I'm in India. Who's gonna stand up against me when I'm
Yeah,
bringing up everything that I talk about that happened in Jerusalem? I'm going to India and saying all
yeah.
this. Who's
The
gonna
guy
stand
from
up against
India
me and
has
say what I'm
to
saying
travel
is
back
wrong?
to Jerusalem
I'm
with
sorry.
you. The
No,
guy in
nope,
India
nope.
has
Don't
to
change
travel back.
anything. Don't change anything I'm saying. I go to India and
Okay.
I'm preaching Christianity. Who there can stand up to what I'm saying? Answer my question. Don't change anything.
Yeah, that person can stand up in the sense he might not believe you.
Okay, fine. So, but that's not what I asked. Who can actually say what I'm saying is wrong? Who could
See,
stand up
India
to
is
me?
a bit far, right?
Sorry?
India is a bit far. Maybe if you
Doesn't
catch.
matter. That's not my question.
So
No,
that's too
listen,
far.
listen.
My
What?
goodness.
So let
You,
me ask a
hold on,
question
hold
to
on,
you.
hang on, Thaddeus, hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
I don't want to ruin my train of thought here,
okay.
because
Okay.
this is
Sorry.
no,
Go.
you're good. This is why I'm bringing this up. It doesn't matter how far it is, I'm going there. So if I go to India, nobody can say what I'm saying is wrong. Nobody. There's nobody to question me. There's nobody to stand up against
No,
me.
they might
No,
come back home with you, right?
no, nope.
No, why not?
Because just no. Period. Because it's too
Anyway,
far.
so
Hold on,
I'm
hold
not.
on, hold on.
I
This is
don't
my
want to
point.
argue
This
with
is
you,
my
sir.
point.
Please.
Hold on. This is my point. If I go to India, nobody can stand up against me. Nobody can say I'm wrong. Nobody can question what I'm saying. But if I do it in the very place it all happened, and there are both people who all were there that were not Christian, Jews and Romans alike, they can stand up against me. They can say I'm making it up, and they can say that I'm wrong. And so the point of the matter is, and historians
Yeah,
agree with this, if
I'm
they
not
were to,
aware of
excuse me,
it. Yeah.
hold on, historians know this would to be the case. If somebody were to make it up, it would actually be more the case that they would go outside of where they're saying this is all happening at, instead of telling the stories in the same exact place that they say it's happening at. So if somebody's making it up, if somebody were to make up Christianity, they would not do it in Jerusalem. They would go to a faraway place where
Not
nobody can stand
necessary.
up against them, and then create a building and create a following there, and then bring it back to Jerusalem, kind of like how Muhammad did with Islam. But what you have with Christianity is that they started at the very same place where they said it all happened at, and there was nobody there to stop the spread of it, because a lot of people did actually witness these things, despite the Jews and the Romans saying, trying to come up with other ways and means that these things actually happen. So you again have it backwards, because if I go somewhere else, nobody can stand up against me. If I do it in the place that actually happened, everybody can stand up against me.
Okay,
That's why
two things.
Christianity is so much different.
So before you say anything else, Cargo Crew, I want to give you credit actually, because although you've phrased it very poorly, you've actually stumbled upon one of the criteria that historians would use to test whether something has a greater probability of being true, and that's whether it's reported by hostile witnesses. So you're saying people, far removed, whatever,
And
but you've indirectly come across the criteria of hostile witnesses. So if someone in India, to use Hunter's
no,
example,
I don't even
it,
want a hostile witness.
but let me finish the statement, right? Someone in India makes up a story about something that happened in Jerusalem. Well, there's probably not going to be any hostile reaction to that. There might be people being like, this guy's insane or something, but there's not going to be anyone saying, no, I was there, that's not what happened, right? There's not going to be anyone saying, yeah, that happened, but here's the real story, right? They're
Yep.
not going to say, you think that you found Jesus' grave empty, but what you don't know is that the disciples went and stole the body. You just say, uh, yeah, right, you don't know anything about it. If you want to dismiss it, you
Look,
just say,
that
yeah,
is
right. But what
all
you
I'm saying is
find,
that
right, so I'm giving you credit. You've come across a valid criteria for analyzing historical evidence. And that's whether or not hostile witnesses also accept the truth of a matter. Now, here's the thing: hostile witnesses accept the truth of the empty tomb of Jesus, among other things. Right? So, this is how we'd argue our case. We get into specific details with specific justifications for it. Hunter already told you a little bit about the justification for the empty tomb,
no, look,
but we'd argue from specifics, right? Using historical analysis, the criteria of historians, which they would use to analyze any document, to to test whether or not this seems to be legitimate history. If someone's just making up a story, no one's going to, and everyone knows it's fiction, no one's going to be going around disputing it. If someone's
the
making a
problem
story
with
up about a far,
history and science,
I I
in
don't
science,
I don't know what you said because you interrupted me and I couldn't hear you. Let me just finish my thought because I was almost done. If someone makes up a story, everyone knows it's fiction, no one disputes it. No one goes around and says, oh, you think that Harry Potter did this, but he actually did that, right? No one does that because everyone understands it's fiction. There's nothing to dispute. If you're making up intentionally or accidentally getting information wrong about history and you're intending to write history, people will say you're wrong because of X. Or if you're saying stuff about history and it's right, but people don't like the implications of it, they'll say yes, that, but. And what you find is you find a lot of yes, but in the historical record when it comes to the claims of Christianity.
Yeah, so you got it backwards, bro. You don't even realize it. And actually, I want to
look,
point out a comment real quick.
say one thing.
Carol, hold on, I was gonna point out a comment real quick. Carol B, I like what you said here. Um, it's, and I'm not gonna say, yeah, okay, well, you put it up there, so never mind. People like this man, are why rumors are believed and truth is discounted, which is exact. No offense, but that's exactly the truth of the matter here, because it's like you
Yeah.
actually
So
have it backwards to where if somebody came
maybe, maybe.
from what
He said maybe.
Yeah.
well, sure,
So
yeah,
what I'm saying is that,
All
see,
right, we've talked for a
it's
while.
very,
I'll let
it
you
has
talk for a while.
the whole story is hanging on loose threads because it's in a concentrated, uh, it's in a concentrated geography. Maybe the climate wasn't good. Maybe there weren't many people around. Maybe the people were influenced, and maybe anything is possible. So even if you had a foolproof record of witnesses, still, I mean, unless it has been challenged by the day at the time and published, it's hard, you know. I mean, it's not very creative.
No,
So
I don't know
anyway,
what you
about
mean.
that point, I don't want to go on and on there.
Yeah, right. I got you. So this will be my last comment on this, and then if you want to raise a different objection
So
unrelated, I'd
it is that
welcome that. But you said a lot of maybes, right? You said a lot of
That's
maybe
I
this,
actually wrote that
maybe that,
down. Yeah, I've heard a lot.
maybe,
I
maybe,
put
maybe.
maybe. That's literally what I put. Maybe.
And if all you need is a maybe, then yeah, you could say that, right? Well, maybe space aliens are projected a hologram, and that's why it looked like the person of Jesus was working miracles, is because it was an alien spacecraft projecting holograms because they thought it was a very funny thing. And in fact, they're recording the whole thing and it aired on reality TV on their home planet. I mean, you can say that, right? You can say maybe.
that is more
But what we
creative. That is actually more creative.
that is more clear. More clear
That is
than
more
what?
creative.
More creative.
Oh, more creative. Yeah, I made a very creative example for a reason, right?
So
The point is you
if
actually have to have evidence. If you all you're gauging is maybes, you can maybe all day, or Mufti Menk.
If. Don't use the term if, because if will open the door of the devil.
Love that clip. But I mean, maybe. That's not the question. The question isn't what might have happened. The question is what the historical evidence says is most probable to have
yep,
happened. That's how all history is done, and that's what our case for
different.
the truth of Christianity is based on, is what is most probable, not what is logically possible. It's logically possible that Jesus rose from the dead. Saying it's logically possible that he didn't is not somehow some great argument that trumps it, right? You got to
No, the
analyze
onus
things
you
piece
because
by piece. You say it's all hanging on little pieces, but that's what evidence is little pieces. The evidence
it
for
has to be the
anything.
best evidence that is. It
Well,
cannot be a
specifically,
piecemeal
he
evidence.
said is hanging on loose threads, but he
Yeah,
hasn't. But with all due respect,
it's not loose.
there actually hasn't been any inclination to show that these actually are loose threads. These are all just maybes. Maybe
Yeah,
the
the loose
maybes.
thread is that.
Yeah, no, the maybes that you're professing here, that's the only thing that's the loose thread here. I haven't seen actually any indication based on what
See,
we've been
my
talking about so
second point
far
is also very
is actually
similar to my
based on
first
loose
point.
threads.
All right, so I think we've laid your first point to bed, whether you accept it or
Fine,
not. I think we
fine.
have. So let's hear your second objection.
My first, the second is similar to the first. See, when you write stories like you turned water into wine, and when you made the blind man see, but I wanted a recipe for a good sandwich or a sandwich toaster or something which I can believe sitting here. And of course, maybe he did cure somebody of blind, or maybe he did turn water. But you know that this kind of dilutes the whole power of the argument. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I disagree entirely. Hunter, what is the purpose of miracles?
To demonstrate the authority that they stand on.
So anyone can give you a recipe for a good sandwich or whatever else you want to say, right? Anyone can do that. Anyone can make claims about the unseen supernatural world. I'm not
It
going to,
has
but
to be whole
I
truth.
could start a new religion tomorrow by going around making novel claims about the unseen supernatural world. If someone is making
It
such
has to be
claims,
tested.
if someone is making such claims, how would they? How? Which would be a better validation of that person? Here,
For
I,
me,
Thaddeus, I just let me finish. I, Thaddeus, tell you that in order to go to heaven, you must stand on your head 3 hours a day. The proof that I am correct about what you need to do to get to heaven is I
that
have a
is
delicious recipe for chocolate chip cookies.
I have an avocado sandwich recipe.
no,
Or
that is
option two,
you're
or
trivializing
option
the
two,
point.
can you let me finish? Or option two, I claim to have the proof of the supernatural, or I claim to know the supernatural world. Here's the proof. I can do acts that only someone who had access to the supernatural power could do. And then I do that act.
I can.
Which
No,
is more
I will
plausible?
raise
no,
myself from the dead.
that is See, I'm saying that I don't want the chocolate chip cookie. I'm sorry, I wanted a working induction motor at that time or something like that, which is time tested, rather than turning water into wine. This cannot be corroborated.
Wait, you
So,
just said
so
something.
what you're
Hold on.
saying? Okay,
You
let's
just
test this.
hold on,
So
Thaddeus,
what
real quick, because
Jesus should have done, I think your
I
argument is that
just
what Jesus should have done to prove that he's God is to make a great new invention, right? He should have. You said induction motor, perfectly good
Yeah, I mean
example. Light
anything,
bulb,
actually
electronic light
he did
bulb.
come he did
anything ra-
hold on.
rather
He
than
did come up with
a
something new.
story which is
Actually,
written by.
he did come up with something new.
Yeah, what is it?
He rose himself from the dead after being dead for 3 days by crucifixion. Nobody else has ever done that.
No, this is
I
not
want to
something
test your
very
methodology. I want to test your methodology. Okay. So Leonardo da Vinci invented many novel things that were well beyond his time. For example, he
no
created
that is
blueprint.
reversing.
Can you let me finish? Are you actually interested or not? He created blueprints for what we would call a helicopter. In modern times, they've tested it and it actually works. He does that prove that he was divine?
That is, you're committing a classical fallacy. I'm not saying that this is a
That's the
normal
point.
A intersection B problem. No, that is not what I said. I
You
said
realize
if you have,
you realize I was trying to show you that your argument's invalid, and then you called it a
Yeah,
fallacy.
his argument
no,
was your
no,
example.
I one second. I need to just 1 second. So, the whole thing of turning water into wine and the miracles, to me, it is very banal. You know what I'm saying? It's not relevant to me because I cannot time test it, and it is quite uncreative to be.
You're not time test.
It has to make sense that way.
Oh man.
There has to be something. You said there's something invented.
I think we're
Yeah,
losing him.
sorry.
I think we're
Yeah,
losing.
so your
Well,
internet
hold
was
on,
breaking
Thaddeus.
up a little bit there, but I think we got the gist of it. So what you're saying is there has to be something timeless
Yeah, no,
in
he
what
said
Jesus
time.
did.
He actually said time tested specifically, which is irony
Yeah.
and what we've been talking about this whole time. Because in order for things in the past to be time tested, you have to use the historical method, which is what we're
No, I
doing.
don't buy your historical method. These are all man-made
So
stuff. Historical
you,
method.
No, but hold on. You
are
have
your
to
arguments man-made?
hang on. Yeah, you have to use man-made things in order to reach the conclusion that even your method
No, no,
alone is
I,
all you still have to use man-made
but you're
methods.
not being sincere. You're not being sincere, Mr. Hunter.
I'll put my
Uh,
pinky up on that one.
so let me tell you something that Jesus invented that has stood the test of time. Christianity.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean Christianity, but then Christianity itself, if it's true, then that is a great invention. If it is true.
Well, I agree. Well, it's not an invention because it's the it's a discovery, so to speak.
Anyway, that is.
It's pre-existent truth, but sorry, I quibble over details. Yeah, I think that a secular agnostic historian would say that Christianity has been the most successful religion in world history. Therefore, the founder of it
And you didn't
apparently
answer my point about the
invented
Papua
something
New
that
Guinea
stood the
thing.
test of time.
Hold
I
on.
did. I
Hold
did
on.
twice actually, but again, I'll answer it a third time. This has occurred. I'll be more blunt this time. This has occurred that people have come to the truth of Christianity apart from someone preaching the gospel to them. And you
Can
know
I
what
share
the
my screen?
explanation offered by people like you is? They encountered it somewhere at some time and then they remembered it. And they just attributed that memory that they had previously had to divine revelation. That's the
Um,
explanation that'll be offered.
That is.
that is,
I'm making a more deep point.
I'm sharing my screen right now. Can you help me?
Yep.
Can I share
Yep.
real quick?
Yep.
Because Cece, I want to show something to you. You want to talk about the recipe to making a sandwich? Well, here you have it. Ezekiel 4, chapter verse 9. Take wheat and barley, beans and lentils, millet and spelt, put them in a storage jar, and use them to make bread for yourself. You are eating it during the 390 days you lie on your side. You literally have a recipe for creating food. Not maybe necessarily specifically a sandwich, but you
No,
use
this is not
bread for a
novel.
sandwich.
Not novel.
You use bread in a
This is not
sandwich.
novel.
It's what?
Yeah, I agree, but this is not the novel recipe. This
Right.
is
No, no. Hold
maybe
on, hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
sure.
Well, hold on. Hang on a second. Now you're talking about the recipe. So wait, do I have to use the recipe for a BLT? Do I have to use a recipe for like a roast beef or something like that? Like, come on, man. Like, you're being too
No, man,
nitpicky about
this is very
specifically on what
banal.
it. Hold on.
This is
You're
very
being
banal.
so nitpicky about what it has to specifically be.
I am
Now to where
nitpicky,
it's
man.
like,
I
oh, but
have
wait,
every
no, it
right to
has
be
to be an
nitpicky.
avocado sandwich now at this point. No, it has to be a turkey club. No, it has to be a
No,
cheeseburger. And I'm over
see,
here
now you
saying,
miss.
like, wait a minute, you want to talk about it needs to have a recipe for a
See, now
sandwich?
you're
Okay,
trivializing, and you're doing this thing. Not fair.
here's a recipe right here. I got here to make bread for a sandwich. So there you have it. So there you
No,
go.
this is not novel.
There's what?
This is not
It's not
novel. This is not novel.
This is not knowledge,
Novel
novel.
and
not novel. Oh,
It's knowledge that existed before. Oh, you mean like everything we've said
you said
multiple
a
times?
recipe for a sandwich, and I gave you a recipe for a bread to make a sandwich, and yet still not good enough.
now, Mr. Hunter, you're really trivializing. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just asking
It was
Thaddeus.
your example, right?
Yeah.
I got
No,
it.
no, that's just
But
a way of
see,
figure of
okay,
speech,
so
Thaddeus.
all right, let me do this differently. Okay. You said you want some practical, good advice that stood the test of time. I
No,
think
no, no.
that
I want novel.
novel, right? Yes, it has to be new to that time and has to stood the test of time. I would suggest to you that the idea of loving your enemy is novel to Jesus, and now
Yes,
it's so universal that people don't understand that that's not the way human society has normally operated. In other words,
that's
it's a
good, but
novel
I
idea
mean, it's
that
not.
has
It's not
conquered
100%
and proved
novel.
effective. Hmm? Go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't.
That's brilliant, but it's not novel.
What if it's brilliant, but it's not novel?
Yeah, it's not an original, 100% original idea. These are all there in dharmic scriptures. It's
But
not a big deal at all.
earlier you wanted a recipe for a sandwich. That's not novel.
No, Mr. Hunter, now you're trying to, you're poking at the same thing. I was just a figure of speech.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, hold on, hang
I
on,
got what he was
Thaddeus,
trying to
that's why.
say.
Hold on. This is why Thaddeus asked you earlier, what would it take? And you said, oh, well, it's something like a recipe for a sandwich. Okay, if we're gonna take that to
No,
heart,
I also said sandwich maker.
you need a sandwich maker. I'm a sandwich maker. Does that make me God?
No, toaster,
Yeah, toaster, a machine. But then I gave him
Oh,
the example of Leonardo da Vinci inventing a
No, that
helicopter
is a wrong
hundreds of
fallacy,
years,
Thaddeus. A intersection B.
hundreds of years before it was feasible to actually put together. It was completely novel, and then he calls it a fallacy. So
Yeah, no,
it
Thaddeus,
apparently
that is a
isn't a good
fallacy.
test. It apparently isn't a good test.
No, Leonardo da Vinci.
Explain why you would accept a novel invention from Jesus, but you wouldn't accept a novel invention from Leonardo da Vinci.
No, Da Vinci, that point is your argument is fallacious because the onus is on you to prove. And I'm not saying that anybody who is
What do you mean? The onus is on
creative
me
is
to prove.
divine.
You're the one making
Right?
a claim.
wait,
You're
hold
the
on,
No,
one
hold on.
making.
one
Wait,
second,
hang
please,
on, guys.
please,
Hang on a second.
just, just bear me,
Hold on,
just
Cece,
hear
hang
me
on a
one
second.
second.
Wait, hold on. No,
One
it's
second,
not. It's not
one second,
for.
one second.
Hang on a second. If the fallacy is not if
See,
the
I'm not saying that anybody who is divine,
yeah, you're not
okay,
making
he
any
has to
sense.
be creative. Okay, it's not the
So
other way that
Leonardo da
anybody
Vinci
who's
was
creative
creative.
is divine.
That doesn't make him divine.
Yeah, so that Da Vinci point is a side is not relevant.
No, it is
It is
relevant.
relevant because it's
No,
exactly the criteria you say that Jesus needs to exhibit.
right, exactly.
I'm
And
not saying
so if it
every
doesn't work for Leonardo da Vinci, it doesn't. If it doesn't work in an actual example
now
that
you're
we're
getting
given,
stuck into these
then
nitty
your
gritty.
argument. Hold on. If it doesn't work in an example we're actually given that is utilizing your methodology, then your methodology is fallacious, not our example.
No.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm not. Mr. Hunter, see, do you understand? I'm saying that every creative person need not be divine. So Leonardo da Vinci was creative, but he need not be divine. So this
So what makes
argument
somebody
is
divine?
sorry.
What would make somebody divine? What would make what would make, like, we're talking about
Anything which is
divineness
not
right now.
banal, you know, this
Sorry?
the blind curing the blind, turning water into wine. This is very banal. It is very.
So
It's
what
a
would
very
make somebody divine?
Let me
pedestrian
ask
example.
you. Hold
It's
on,
not
hold on.
creative.
I'm not letting you get away with that. The beggar who was born blind couldn't function in that society because he didn't have a means for producing income.
Yeah, but I can't
Was the
verify that.
curing of his eyesight benign to him, banal, boring?
It is. I cannot verify it, Thaddeus. This is not
That,
verified.
that, that's
It is
in
100% very
that's
divine,
not.
but it's not verified.
What if we could though?
You're saying two different things, though. That they're not the same thing. You got to choose what your argument is. Either it's not
I'm saying
verified,
that it's a
or it's too boring.
no. It's
Yeah,
not too
yeah,
boring
dude,
if it is being
hold on.
verified.
Yeah, sorry. Well, hold on. So, how would you verify something historically that happened in the past? You'd have to use a man-made historical method.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
let's make
Do
that
you
the
have any
question. Okay,
testimony
let's
of
make that the
five, six
question for
people
you,
who were
Cargo Crew.
cleared?
Cargo Crew. This gets to the heart of the matter, so it's a very good question. How would you verify whether someone was cured of their blindness in the past? Someone who you couldn't personally go and interview.
Uh, well, I mean, again, as I said, you know, you need independent accounts, and you need to challenge Jesus Christ to do it again. You know, on somebody
Mhm,
who is blind and who is totally a non-believer. He's
mhm.
a blind non-believer who is vehemently opposed. Or maybe he's not a Christian, and he's blind, and he challenges Jesus Christ, and he does it. Then I would say that is fair.
Okay. So we have that. Weirdly enough, we have somebody who is counted as originally as an independent source, who wasn't Christian and became Christian because he believed it to be true. So we have that, and then
No, but
secondly, no, but what?
well, I mean, you may have that, but that doesn't mean that guy is saying the truth. You know, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not. I'm not.
Oh,
So all right.
so,
So now there's a
so
third criteria. So you gave two criteria.
I
One,
propose you that I ask you to give the criteria. As soon as we start to meet the criteria, you
Yes, I
change the
told you my.
criteria. Who is biased here? Right?
I told you my criteria. There has to be
Right?
more
hold on.
than one,
Okay, we
more
have
than
that.
two,
More than one.
More than
Multiple
more than two,
more than
attestation.
one, more
Good
than
job.
two. Okay.
and they have. See,
That's
I'll
the
tell you,
principle.
ideally,
Hold on. What
ideally,
pause? I'm trying to compliment you. So pause for a second. You've come across the criteria of multiple attestation. This is a criteria used by historians. Good job.
Yep.
so
What is your
no, I
second
mean,
one?
so
What are you saying? No,
it
I
has to
just
be.
complimented you and said good job, and your answer is no.
Sorry. Uh,
You've
Slightly,
come
yes.
across the criteria known as multiple attestation. That's not the word you use, but
No, the
that's the
multiple association is a very normal thing. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not stopping there. Right.
right.
All right. So
Good.
keep
You've
going.
come across with one criteria
Multiple
historians use.
attestation, and
Let's
then
hear your
So
next one.
all right.
it has to be that a person who's vehemently opposed to Jesus Christ, and he is
Okay, we have
blind,
that.
and he's challenged in front of a crowd, of
Hmm.
diverse crowd, and he's challenged to cure his blindness in a diverse setting, in a pressure environment, and he does it. Then that makes sense, right?
All right, we
Yeah,
have
you
that.
added a bunch of extra stuff on that, but in
Yep. Well,
principle, you
just
come
using
across the
sorry.
criteria of hostile witnesses,
Yep.
which we have outlined as one of the historical criteria. So good job again. Hostile witnesses.
hmm we ironically we actually have all that.
Let's see if there are any other
Yeah,
criteria.
I'll read it up.
Sorry.
Are there more additional
I'll read
criteria?
it up.
Is that it? That's all you
Additional
need?
criteria: geography,
Sorry.
So your
geography.
diverse geography criteria is not a valid criteria. We don't accept that as make sure they have to be in the same geography. Witnesses can only come from the area something occurred.
No, I'm not saying
People in the chat,
it's hard and fast.
people in the
Hard and-
comment chats has already figured some of it out. I'm reading it.
Fine.
Don't
So
put it on the
I'll
screen
read
though. I
it
don't want
up.
to ruin
I'll
it for
read it
people
up.
here.
If you said you have this, I'll read it up.
No, that's okay. So, so ironically, those three criteria that you had that you talked about with hostile eyewitnesses,
Mhm.
the healing the blind,
See,
and
you are obviously going to be. You're obviously going to give me a very goody picture, but I'll have to read it to believe it.
okay, hold on. So now it's a different criteria. So now you got to read it to believe it. So what in that criteria of what criteria do you have to like in reading it? What criteria do you have to believe it of what you read? Because now you're bringing up more stuff.
Yeah, of course. I can bring up as much stuff as I like because I have to debunk if there's anything man-made.
You have to debunk if anything is man-made. That sounds kind of biased to me.
Yeah, of course. I have to proofread.
Oh, okay, no. I mean, and honestly, by all means, go try to debunk it. Seriously, like go for that. And then come back to me.
But yeah, but actually debunk, not just say, well, it could have.
Yeah,
I mean,
no maybes. Debunked.
no maybes.
So okay, so multiple attestation, we have that. Hostile eyewitness, we have that. Healing the blind in a diverse crowd, we have that. So now you have to go and read it to debunk it. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, see, now listen. You say you have it, but how do I know?
History. So again,
Let's see.
when it
So
comes,
yeah, that's what it's going to come down to. You're going to tell them the person.
I promise you, I'll
You're
read
going
it.
to
You know?
you're going to tell him the person. You're going to tell him that person wrote this with their own hand, and then he's going to say, but they could have been lying.
yeah, but then I would ask, why would you lie about it? Nothing to gain,
Or,
everything to
or
lose.
he's going to say, no, someone could have just pretended to be this person and wrote the
It
document.
is
We just don't know.
possible. It is possible.
Sure, anything is possible. I can literally fly out of this window right here next to me. Anything is possible, but that doesn't mean
That is not possible. That is not possible.
How do you
no,
know?
it is.
It's logically possible.
It is actually
It is
possible.
logically possible. It's not. It's not. How is it logically possible? Is there any mathematical formula which says this?
For me to literally,
You obviously don't understand logic. Unless something contradicts the laws of logic, it's logically possible. It's not
Right.
logically
I mean,
possible to have a square or circle. It is
so
logically possible for a human being to fly. It might not
so
be physiologically possible, but we're talking about logically here.
yeah, I can fly out of this window. It's possible if I had a jetpack.
fine. That is, I'm not able to gather all my contentions, but I really appreciate. But I'm not yet convinced. But I will read it up.
No, that's fine. I would expect you to be convinced. All I really ask is that you think about things and that you not just dismiss things out of hand.
Right.
You go,
Right.
and I'm not asking you to be like make a statement on the air that you guys destroyed me and I'm a Christian now or something.
No,
I'm not.
not.
I'm
I'm
not
happy
stupid
to
like
be
that, right?
Oh,
destroyed.
by the way, can I give the
Yeah,
hostile?
but hold on 1 second though, Hunter. So I think we'll probably end it at least our talk with you after this. I don't know if we'll continue the stream in general, um, but so before he gives the story, I want to give you some homework, right? After
Yeah.
he tells you the story and he tells you where it's located, I want you to go and read the text for yourself. I want you to think deeply about if this makes sense with the theory that Christianity is a man-made nonsense religion or whatever your precise belief is. That's all I ask. Fair enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Hunter. All you.
Okay, so with Jesus, like for example, healing the blind man. Um, let's see. Let me get to it real quick. Here, actually, let me get the full thing. So actually, so hostile witness, for example. So we have somebody that knew, and I mentioned this before, that knew both the relatives and the closest disciples of Jesus directly. And he was he was actually so hostile. He actually was one of the Jews that actually went and killed the Christian followers, like literally had them go killed. Um, He's even mentioned in the Book of Acts, ironically. And he was one who was literally killing off Christians for following Jesus, and then he actually ended up becoming a believer because of just how true it was. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I'll look it up.
Okay, Paul.
Okay.
So Paul is your guy, and then
Okay.
when you go to Jesus healing the blind man from birth specifically, it's actually recorded where his disciples are asking him. They called him Rabbi. So Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? And Jesus goes on to say, neither this man nor his parents sinned. But Jesus actually being recorded saying, this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. So notice there was a group of people. He has his disciples here. After saying this, this is what Jesus did. He spit on the ground, made some mud with the saliva, and put it on the man's eyes. Go, he told, wash in the pool of Siloam, which is archaeologically actually a place in Jerusalem. So the man went and washed and came home seeing. His neighbors and those who had formerly seen him begging asked, isn't this the same man who used to sit and beg? Some claimed that he was. Others said, no, he only looks
No,
like
but
him.
who's recording the neighbor's testimony? Who's recording the neighbor's testimony?
So this is the testimony of multiple people. So going on to say, you're talking about a crowd of people.
Fine, I'll look it up. No problem.
Yep. So multiple people knew about this young blind man, that he was blind from birth. And now what's happening is that people are going around and saying like, um, wait, what did it say? Isn't this the same man who used to sit and beg? Some claimed that he was. Others said no, it's just somebody who looks like them. But he himself, it says, so the blind man himself, he was like, no, 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 I'm that man. And there was a group of people. You're talking about multitude of eyewitnesses. So multiple people asked, how were your eyes open? How can you see now? He replied, the man they called Jesus made some mud and put it on my eyes. He told me to go to Siloam, wash. Where is this man? They asked. And so now the Pharisees, who were hostile, they brought the young blind man to the Pharisees, not even Christian. And they even, so you have a multitude of people here. You have people who knew the blind man.
First of all, it's not necessary that if the whole group is hostile, maybe the
Well, hang on a
witness.
second. Well, hold on a second, because earlier you were talking about geography, that it has to be people in a small community or something, that it can't
Yeah,
be.
of course, I
Yeah,
said
so
that. But
so
the
now you
criteria
have
has to be as stringent as possible.
hang on.
Because
So,
how do
so
I
hang
know
on.
the other person is a smart aleck who has a very tricky intention? You know what I mean? You
No,
have
I
to be
don't.
cunning. You have to be cunning.
No, you don't. So this is what I'm saying.
So you
So
have to
you,
be.
so you, no, you don't. You have multiple people talking about a single thing, and it's a crowd of diverse people that are not even believers. So there's all of your criterias right there.
Okay.
Met. You
Okay,
have
I'll look it up. Yeah.
you have a hostile eyewitness. You have actually multiple hostile eyewitnesses, both not only the neighbors of this young blind man who now sees, you also have the Pharisees who knew of this young man.
Don't go too far. Look inside yourself. Take a look at your organs.
Sorry, the cat did that.
And so all your criteria is met, literally. So
All
there
right.
you go.
What is the reference? Right. What is the
I mean,
reference?
you're all right. I mean, look.
No disputing. Right. No disputing. Just do what you
Okay.
said you would do, and go and read the passage.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what is the reference for him?
You can go to John. You can go to John 9 for this specifically. If I'm not mistaken, they're actually, just start off with John 9 and then look at cross references for that as well. Just start from there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yep. And then the writings of Paul, and
Yep.
the writings about Paul that are not even written about Paul, like the Book of Acts, for example. That's not written by Paul, but it talks about Paul, how he persecuted the church, and then in his own letters he talks about how he became a believer, and it also talks about in the Book of Acts about how he persecuted the church, and sometime later he became a believer. And then Peter, the apostle Peter himself, he even talks about how people were scared of him because of the persecution he had on the church, but now he actually is a brother in the faith because the Lord Christ revealed himself to him, and he could not have known the things that he knew about the gospel news unless it was given to him divinely, because again, he wasn't a original believer. He didn't follow Christ. So what he received had to have been of divine inspiration because he wasn't a part of our faith. He was a Jew, just like the
So when
Pharisees.
you say these hostile witnesses, they
What?
all corroborated the story. Do they? When the hostile witnesses, they all corroborate the story and all these stories which you say about Paul, etc. Do the wordings and the chronology of events and the minute details, do they all match perfectly, or is there some
When it
You
comes
check it out?
okay? Uh,
when it comes go ahead.
I asked you not to dispute any further, right? To go and investigate the matters. You have come up with the criteria that would make something obviously forged if every detail matched in every way. If you ask a detective, they have two eyewitnesses and they both have every detail of their story exactly the same. What does that mean? It means they talk to each other, they determined a story they would tell, and it has no bearing on whether that story is true or not.
Fine.
So what you
Just
should actually find, and this is important, what you should actually find is that they disagree on incidental details, which is exactly what you find in the gospel accounts.
just
Mm-hmm.
go check it out yourself. Find out,
All right.
because that's what I have to do for the past 13 years. I had to do my own research. I had to do my own due diligence. I didn't just it wasn't just spoon fed to me. I had to go and see myself, and I had to honestly utilize this a actual legitimate method that not only can help me determine whether something is true or false, but it can also help me understand whether this actually is true or false, with a reliable methodology. So do your due diligence. Go and check it out yourself. If I'm wrong, then let's talk again, and you can show me where I'm wrong. If I'm not wrong, well, then welcome to Christianity.
No,
Amen.
no, no. That
No, 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 no,
that
no, no,
proves your
no,
limit.
resist your impulse to dispute and just take a look, right? What you admit, and this is actually a compliment, even though it doesn't sound like it, you admit that you didn't know a lot of things in this discussion. And the reason that's a compliment is because most people just pretend they know things when they won't. Uh, but now is the time to actually
No, I even
learn.
knowing much. Yeah.
It's the time to start learning some of this information and see if your argument actually holds up to scrutiny. You've stated matter of factly that it is
Fine.
this way a number of times, but you didn't, with all respect, have the knowledge necessary to make that judgment. It doesn't mean you're wrong. You could be right despite not having the knowledge. All I'm asking is that you get more knowledge about these matters so that you can see whether you're correct or not. And I ask you to approach the matter with a neutral point of view as much as possible, saying maybe I'm wrong here, not just look for ways to confirm what you have to say. And I would encourage everyone, Christians included, to do the same thing. So I want to thank you for coming on today. I want to thank you for a very respectful and nice conversation. I know that you're semi-regular on this channel. I thank you for watching me regularly, and I hope you continue to tune in and we have more opportunities for discussions like this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take a couple other comments from the audience. We might wrap up soon. We'll just play it by ear, but I definitely want to get some of these comments from various points here. So Maya L, a particular interesting individual who I believe has called in once or twice and declined the opportunity for a in-depth conversation. They emailed if I don't know for 100% certain because they went by a different name then, but I'm pretty sure this is an individual who emailed me once and had a couple conversations and was incapable of justifying anything he said. If I'm remembering correctly, this is the guy who said that the reason Christianity is false is because we don't have Jesus's DNA, which is a very interesting argument. Anyway, he says, why does an innocent person have to die for the sins of people that had nothing to do with the fruit eating in the first place? How many bad assumptions are there in this one statement, Hunter?
Not enough.
Does this statement in any way reflect actual Christian belief? Let's put it that way.
No.
All right. So this has nothing to do with our belief. Maybe you should ask someone who believes this if you want an answer to it. I would take it more seriously, but you've never demonstrated why I should take you serious. And here's a good example of the kind of arguments that make it so clear I can't take you seriously. First day Christianity existed, it was already in past tense, meaning the things that happened in it happened in the past. So that would be unfalsifiable.
No, actually not true. So I'm glad that this point's actually brought up because I actually have a direct quotation for this. So with the Gospels specifically themselves, everybody that's watching the stream, Maya L, you should look up what a historical present is. So it's a historical present, and I have it here. So check this out. So actually, a lot of scholars would actually date the Gospels specifically based on historical presence. And what it is it, and I have it here. It accounts for the vividness, or sorry, it accounts for the vividness of the Greek text, especially small details, which are most plausibly understood as reflecting eyewitness memory. Um, so historical presence is not only dictated by eyewitness testimony or eyewitness memory, but some of it actually determines that historical present is actually in the present tense. So you do have examples of this where it's not in the past tense, it's in the present tense, which means that it is still the case today of when these things were written. So you have examples of them saying things happen in the past tense, but you also have examples in the Gospels of it being in the present tense and the historical present specifically. So quote me on that. That will help determine that being the case. One of the examples is like where the rich young, the I mean not rich young, the young blind man going to the what was that pond called, Siloam or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That actually was destroyed around, if I'm not mistaken, 66 or 67 AD specifically. And so in the present tense there, it's demonstrating that this is why some scholars will actually date the Gospel of John in the early 60s or before 66 or 67 AD, because that's has a historical present there. So that's actually funny that worked out altogether, ironically. Since it's shown to be a historical present tense, it's demonstrating that it's actually still the case, which means that the author of the writer is saying that is still there today, even though we know it was destroyed in a certain year, once Emperor Titian and Emperor Hadrian actually came in the Jewish revolt in 70 AD when it was destroyed. So you have those examples. That's a very specific example of showing present tense, not past tense. So I know that was kind of a little wordy, but go back and rewatch it. You'll find out what I'm talking about if you actually look into that specifically. So it's not just that; it's present tense as well.
So thank you for that very legitimate, thorough answer.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna treat this question similar to the way Moore K did here. Would it be falsifiable if I said I ate breakfast yesterday morning? So the claim here, right, is that Christianity is said in the past. Jesus rose from the dead. You see, he doesn't continually rise, therefore it must be false. Maya L was born in the past. He has been born. This is in the past tense. That means that it's unfalsifiable. No one should believe that Maya L was born by his own logic. It would be totally irrational to believe that he was born. Now, it might be irrational to believe that he was born with a functional brain, but he definitely was born. And then he had this other genius comment here. The oldest copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a text from the Bible is about 1,500 years or 1,200 years old tops. Hunter, is the oldest manuscript of the New Testament between 12 and 1,500 years old?
No, not even close.
If it was, would that have any bearing on the reliability of the text?
Actually, no. And this actual kind of argumentation was actually brought up to the King James Version. King James was written around 1611, and the oldest manuscripts they had were, 1,000, if not older, years old. So a lot of people argued at that time about the King James when it was the only translation. How do you know that it's actually reliable? When in fact your manuscripts were dated to thousands of years ago. Well, that's when actually, ironically, the Dead Sea Scrolls came in and actually confirmed it actually has been preserved in that aspect, and the King James actually did get it right, even though the manuscripts were so early on before. So it actually makes no difference whether they're 15 to 1200 years old copies or anything like that. But the irony and the great thing about it is we have an embarrassment of riches that actually are dated to literally definitely not 15 to 1200 years old tops or anything like that. We have some very early on. Uh, some can even be dated to early second century, which is again like that's so 15 1200 years, big difference than what we have today. So I don't know where they got that from, but that's completely false. Absolutely, nobody agrees with that whatsoever.
Yeah, it sounds like a nice statement, a nice polemical thing, but it has no bearing on reality. Again, it's methodology that, if applied, would tell you that you can't know anything about anything, right? So, oh, oh, you can't. The example that we've been discussing, you can't know anything about Jesus because it only comes from Christian sources. Well, if you only take own sources, contemporary sources written by people of the same society, well, then you really can't know much of anything about history. If you only take documents that we have the autograph of, well, you got a few totally random things like personal letters written to other people, lists of soldiers, the amount of money soldiers are being paid on a particular day, that kind of thing from the ancient world. No work that you would study in school, right? Like, say, Plato's Republic or something. No work like that has any manuscript remotely close to the origin in comparison to the biblical and especially the New Testament texts, the earliest copies in comparison to their origin. The science of textual criticism allows us to determine the original text with extremely, extremely high probability, regardless of how many copies of a copy of a copy something is. I believe the typical work of, say, Plato has like about 8 handwritten copies total in existence, all of which will be from medieval times, none remotely close to the time it was written, and yet no serious person would say that we don't know what Plato wrote.
I'm sharing my screen right now just to demonstrate how false this is. If you look here, can you see my screen?
Uh,
I think I have the
it
link.
tried to share, but for some reason it didn't work correctly.
Yeah, let me reshare again. Center. Okay, I'm resharing it. And pull up that comment again.
Yeah.
Well, for
Hold
some
on, I'm
reason,
trying to figure out what's going on here. All right, so yeah, there's my screen share. That worked just fine. Why is your screen share not popping up? Let me just do this real quick. I'll go to the default layout instead
there you
of
go.
my layout, and that will work. It won't be quite as nice looking, but it will
It's
work.
okay. So this is Center for New Testament Restorations. It's a website that anybody can go on to understand actually like the manuscripts of the New Testament. P66 here is dated to around the year 125 to 174 AD. Can you pull up that comment again for me?
Yes, I was about to do that.
Yeah. So he's talking about copies of copies of copies of copies that are about 15 to 1200 years. The oldest copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of the text from the Bible is about 1500 years or 1200 years tops. I have manuscripts here that is a copy. It's not an autograph that dates to early second century. So that in and of itself, and look at all these other ones. All these right here from 375 to almost 6th century here. 125, 175, 174, 224, 360, 349, 499, 425. And this is just of John 18. We have tons of more that dates way earlier than 1500 to 1200 years tops. So people, I'm not sure where you're getting your information from, but this is debunked. And here's the evidence. And you can go to Center for New Testament Restoration, click collation, and you can put in any manuscript.
Yep.
None of them of the ancient manuscripts we have in the Greek specifically date 1200 years ago. They date to the um, early 4th centuries of Christianity. So I can say
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, at minimum, right? Most texts you have many more copies, but at minimum, I guarantee every copy, every text of the New Testament is found in Vaticanus,
yeah,
for example, and Sinaiticus, for
yep.
example, both of which are from the 4th century.
Which scholars would actually say that those two specifically copied from a manuscript that was dated early 2nd century, like P66 here, for example. Um, so it's not like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. You can have, like, for example, Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus copying from one, and then that could actually potentially copy from the autograph itself, or a master copy, which is directly from the autograph. So that's what I'm saying.
And then we got Muslim hopping on this bandwagon, not knowing that he's shooting himself in the foot. We all know the New Testament manuscripts are corrupt, not to mention the centuries gap between when the texts
Ooh.
were supposedly written in the early manuscript. I don't know how you got multiple centuries,
Can I
considering
read
we're talking
something to that?
about 50 years. That's not multiple centuries. But let me get his other comment before you comment on this. There's
Sure.
no way of reconstructing the original New
Ah,
Testament text since we don't have
perfect.
manuscripts early enough. He seems
Beautiful.
to have no clue about textual
So let
criticism
so
whatsoever.
so let me actually read what scholars actually say on this. And so this is a quote actually from scholars, okay? That's why I love when I hear this specifically. So this is what it actually comes down to. Thaddeus, are you still there?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, gotcha. So there's no way of reconstructing the original New Testament text since we don't have manuscripts early enough. So here's what actual scholars say when it comes to reconstructing the original New Testament text. And I'm quoting here: for the vast majority of textual variants, there is simply no difficulty determining the original wording. So you said we can't reconstruct the original New Testament text. They said that for the vast majority of textual variants, there is simply no difficulty determining the original wording. And I go on to say this, and I'm still quoting here: 99% of all textual problems are easily resolved by comparing the external and internal evidence, and even a good portion of the remaining 1% that are meaningful and viable can be resolved with a great deal of confidence by a careful comparison of the external and internal evidence. And this is specifically to the Muslim to say this, and I'm still quoting: to argue for a large scale skepticism about a very small portion of the text is a careless overstatement. So, do you hear that, Muslim? New Testament scholars say uh, that quote or that statement that you just made is a careless overstatement. And even non-Christian scholars specifically would even say that even when it comes to like the core essential Christian doctrines, like, and the examples that are given is the resurrection, the crucifixion, the Trinity, as well, is that no textual variants affect any essential core Christian doctrine, including the ones that I just named. So we have a very strong, firm foundation when it comes to reconstructing the original New Testament text. We do have manuscripts early enough, and the people that are actually in the field say that we actually can um, reliably have the core teachings that Jesus even taught himself, both from a manuscript tradition and an oral tradition as well, where people like James D.G. Dunn, for example, will date, for example, the crucifixion of Jesus to months after the crucifixion itself, which virtually is actually right there with the beginning of the church and everything. So, with that being the case, whenever I see Muslims actually typically make these kind of points, I agree, and based on my understanding of textual criticism, um, that it is a careless overstatement. We can positively be very confident in what we have. That's what the scholars actually say. So, and the only reason why Muslims say this nowadays is actually because it demonstrates that it shows that it contradicts Islam. And but you don't have that in the first 3 generations of Islam, where they actually talk about how it confirms the text before. But now that it actually demonstrates that it doesn't, now Muslims have to say that it's a corrupted text, when in fact scholarship and academics show that it's not. So there you go.
Now, I also said this shoots him in the foot, and you probably are aware of this, but play along with me.
Okay.
Right, you probably know where I'm going, but play along with me. What would you say, or what do you think Muslims would say, if there was a figure, according to Christian history, Christian tradition, who gathered up every copy of the
I
New
already know where you're going.
Testament and then determined which one was correct and burn all the others? What do you think they would say?
What do I think Christians will say, or what do I think who would say?
What do you think Muslims would say if this was a
Oh,
story from Christian history?
there is, yeah, you don't know if what you have today is the original because that person burned all the ones and just chose what he thought was the original. So we have no way of knowing.
Now, as you have figured out, I'm alluding to an incident in
Yep.
Islamic history, not according to me, not according to Christian scholars, not according to atheist scholars, but according to Muslims themselves, that after the time of Muhammad, Muhammad never told people to compile the Quran, never told them to write anything down, and thus there was resistance against writing anything down, of having verifiable record of the text of supposedly God's speech. But for practical matters, people kept forgetting stuff. People were not sure what the correct text was. The person who was in charge at the time, the Caliph Uthman, ordered all the texts to be gathered together, and then he put 4 people in charge of determining what the correct text was. There were a quote from the people in charge that said, "If I was asked to move a mountain, it would be far easier than determining the text of the Quran." And yet, this is the text that's been perfectly preserved, right down to the letter, in all of the hundreds of different varieties of Qurans that exist today.
Apparently, there's
Everyone that's
different Arabic Qurans.
identical, everyone that says different letters, different words, different sentences, they're all identical in every possible way because, well, Christians have done textual criticism of the New Testament and to a degree as much as possible the Old Testament. Therefore, they know that there are variants of their text. Therefore, if we pretend we don't have any, it will be a good polemical point. Therefore, it is absolutely true in every possible way. This is how Islamic apologetics works.
Yep. Which, ironically, wait, hold on. I'll read this. Actually,
Well, answer first, and then we'll address this point.
well, no, I was just gonna say, and ironically, if the Quranic text has been perfectly preserved, word for word, dot for dot, and diacritical marks, all that stuff, which there were none when it was originally written down, then why did so many have to be burned? Why were there different Arabic Qurans? And if it happened before then, very early on, then, well, I mean, I already hold to the belief that there's different Arabic Qurans today as well. Not that it's a dialect, but it's the actual Arabic itself. So, because the Arabic words themselves lead to different Arabic meanings, so it's not the same thing. Um, so yeah, it just demonstrates and shows that it's not only not perfectly preserved, but at the same time, it is also you shoot yourself in the foot when you try to talk about textual criticism, because we even have in Sahih Hadith or Sahih tafsirs, things like that, where people forgot things with
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad taught. We don't even know who actually wrote down the very things that are written down in the Quran. We know who compiled them, we know who collected them, but we don't know who actually wrote them. So it's like, and you have an oral tradition. Okay, Christianity has an oral tradition as well. I just stated one a second ago with the crucifixion that dates virtually right there to Jesus himself. So if it's not good enough for Christianity, then it's not good enough for Islam. So you shouldn't be a Muslim.
So let me just address this real fast because I think that this is a point of ignorance here. I don't know what Hoon means, but I think he's trying to dispute based on the second comment. He says prophet didn't order to write the Quran. I think there should be a question mark there because then he says he has scribes who were writing the revelation. So let me clarify what I meant. This was a debate in early Islam. You're probably unaware of it, but it was a debate as to whether they should compile it into a book form. People had written down isolated verses for aiding memorization according to tradition, I don't think this is actually historical reality, by the way, but according to tradition, people had written down isolated verses on just whatever random thing they could grab, leaves, animal bones, rocks, and Muhammad never commanded them to compile everything into one work, and thus people debated whether they should actually do that. But yes, text was written down, and actually I think in reality all the text was written down. I'm just talking about your tradition here, not historical reality. Now, to address Muslims' follow-up here, right? So you quoted recognized authoritative scholar in the field, and he says, I don't know who you're quoting, but it doesn't matter. That's an appeal to authority. Technically true. Well, no, not technically true. It would be technically true if he said, this is the reality because X said it. That would be an appeal to authority. But it's indirectly related to appeal to authority. But quoting an expert on a subject is a good indication of what is more likely to be true, right? It doesn't prove beyond a doubt it's true. When you say it proves it, that's when it becomes a logical fallacy. But I mean, who's more likely to know? Muslim or some other random commenter on YouTube, or a person who studies this for a living? Who's more likely to draw the correct conclusion? And then he says, I can quote you, Dan McClellan, an award-winning scholar confirming my position. No, you cannot. There is not one scholar in any relevant field whatsoever who would agree that the New Testament is corrupted and we have no clue what the original text is. None. Not even the ridiculous morons who affirm Gospel of Thomas as being legitimate as the Gospel records, right? The Jesus Seminar. They would not say you have no idea what the original text is. No one. There's not one scholar in the field who would affirm that, least of all Dan McClellan. I don't know exactly his position, but I guarantee it does not match your position, Muslim.
Yeah, because that's what I was even mentioning before. Actually, here, let me see, because yeah, to say that your position is that we cannot know the
Well, let's not paraphrase. Let's just put his actual corruption or his actual statement back on the screen here. We
yeah
know the New Testament manuscripts are corrupt, not to mention centuries gaps between when the text is supposedly written and earliest manuscripts. There is no way of reconstructing the original New
that's
Testament
what it is.
text since we don't have manuscripts early enough.
Yeah,
No
that's
person who works in textual criticism would even consider that possibility that all manuscripts are too late. It's a criteria, but it's like the fifth most important criteria to determining the original text is the date of a manuscript.
I wish that I can actually find a specific, or like from Bart Ehrman himself, who's not even Christian. He even talks about, in Misquoting Jesus, about him and Bruce Metzger. Bruce Metzger was his mentor when he was in his PhD, and Bart Ehrman even himself actually talks about how when it comes to textual variants, they actually wouldn't differ. But what I actually did go ahead and write this down as well from Bart Ehrman, Misquoting Jesus, that the position I argue for in Misquoting Jesus does not actually stand at odds with Professor Metzger. Professor Metzger's position, and that the essential not affected by textual variants in the manuscript tradition of the New Testament. What he means by that, I think, is that even if one or two passages that are used to argue for a belief have a different textual reading, there are still other passages that could be used to argue for the same belief. For the most part, I think that's true. So, yeah, I'm not. Again, you only get this from the Muslim community, that you cannot reconstruct the original New Testament text, or there is no way of reconstructing the original New Testament text. Yeah, no scholar actually holds to that whatsoever. You can reconstruct the original wordings of the New Testament text. Now, some would say not as a whole, but that doesn't mean but even that doesn't mean that there's nothing that we can reconstruct from the New Testament text. Actually, you have scholars today that said you can reconstruct. If I were to here it is right here. Here's your reconstruction right here. The Nestle Allen 28th edition, which is a complete use of reconstructing what scholars believe is the actual original New Testament text. And when I say original, I'm talking about the autographs specifically. And scholars have come together and put this here in the 28th edition, in all the editions of reconstructing what the original New Testament text is. So we have a whole literal community. We have centers of people in academics. Literally, this is all they do. So to say there's no way of reconstructing the original New Testament text is just completely bogus, complete bogus, whatsoever. I don't. If you're a Muslim and you're saying that, I get it why you're saying that, because you're Muslim and that's what Muslim scholars feed to you. But if you're actually a somebody who is actually in the field, um, it would actually it actually show how very far fetched this claim actually is. So I don't understand where they get it from, but they have to say that. If they're Muslim, I get it, because the Quran confirms it. So there you go.
Yeah, he says I can give you the link showing Dan's position if you're just going to deny it.
Well, the thing is
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Let me do my thing first here. So, according to the logic of his statement, he can only give us the link if we're going to deny it, right? Because he used if. So therefore, he cannot give the link because we wouldn't deny it. Now, if he did and he also can't give the link because he's not able to post anything. Not YouTube policy, not my policy, not able to post links in a live chat. However, what he can do is he can quote it, and then I can search it and I can go and look at the text, what he actually said. And let me guess, he won't say that we have no idea what the original text of the Bible is. He might even use the word corruption in some context. That's a possibility. But he is not going to be talking about what you're talking about. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Now,
and by the way, and then by the way, Dan, I forget his last name. Dan what is his name? Dan what?
McClellan.
Yeah, Dan McClellan. He's actually. So I actually know who this guy is. He has a following on YouTube. He's actually a Mormon, believe it or not. I found that out not too long ago. He's not a textual critic. Specifically, like he's not like he has a huge following on YouTube and everything, but he's not in the actual field of textual criticism. So you're actually doing the fallacious argument of arguing from authority, but arguing from false authority specifically. Because Dan, yeah, because at least in my examples that I use, they're actual textual critics. They're actually authoritative in the field that I'm quoting. Dan, I can never pronounce his name.
What do you mean? How about I just play the video? I thought that you were going to give us a scholarly, academic, peer-reviewed paper. Now you're admitting it's just a YouTube video. Well, good. Bad news for you, Muslim. Anyone can say anything in a YouTube video.
Yeah. I'm actually quoting scholars. So scholars are actually on my side. Dan McLaren. I can't never remember his last name, but I know exactly who you're talking about because I recognize the name when I read it. He's not a scholar in the field. So it doesn't make. So you can post it all you want. That doesn't help his case.
And as you said, he's a Mormon. Now, would a Mormon be unbiased? A believing Mormon be unbiased about the issue of textual corruption in the New Testament?
Well, no, Mormons believe that the text is corrupted as well because it actually. Yeah, because it actually.
So he has a faith-based position that is corrupted?
Yeah, because if it wasn't corrupted, then the Book of Mormon would actually not be able to hold up to scrutiny in that aspect. So, I've actually looked at these videos. Ironically enough, these videos actually get sent to me all the time. But it's an appeal to false authority. Dan, whatever his last name is, I can't never remember.
Yeah,
McLaren,
apparently.
He's not, just because he has a video on YouTube doesn't make it true. He's not an authority in the field. The people I'm quoting at least is. So it doesn't help your case, Muslim.
Yeah, I think that he is at least semi-academic, but I bet you that his published academic opinion does not match what you claim. But even if it did, it would be akin to a Muslim saying, well, the Bible must be corrupted, so therefore I take this evidence as proof that it's corrupted. The irony being is if you point to anything that you say is definitely corruption, you are by nature saying you can determine what's original and what is not.
Yeah.
Right? So you cite a specific example. You are by nature saying, I know that this isn't original, therefore I can tell what is original and what isn't. Thus saying that textual criticism is a valid field. Very weird stuff.
Yep.
You're appealing to scholars. I'm appealing to scholars. No, you're not. You are giving
You're
your
appealing to a YouTube
interpretation
video.
of a YouTube video of a Mormon who may or may not even agree with you. That's not the same thing as citing a peer-reviewed academic paper. Now the ad hominem start. Really? Did I say anything ad hominem? I pointed out he's a Mormon. I was not saying that you shouldn't believe him just because he's a Mormon. I was saying that he has an inherent bias
And
on this particular issue.
And just for the record too, I'm not necessarily like even though he's not a scholar in the field or anything, that doesn't necessarily make him right. That doesn't necessarily make him wrong. But if you're going to talk about quoting scholars and everything, Dan McClellan is not a scholar. So if you're going to quote a scholar, quote an actual bona fide scholar, not somebody who you just assumed that was and actually got found out to not be.
Yeah. So for the sake of argument, I'm going to just, I obviously haven't watched this video. I don't know what he's going to say. This is how confident I am. I'm just going to play it live, right? Give me 1 second to share, to pull it up. I got the video loaded here. I don't know what he's going to say, but we're going to just analyze what he has to say and see if it's true or not. Fair enough? Could I be more generous? I don't think I could. And then we'll probably wrap up shortly after this because I'm running, and scared, and my career will be over after this video or something. 3-minute mark, right? That's what we're told. Let me add that I have shared it, but I have not added it to the stream, so that would have done no one any good.
By the way,
added to screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually, you can real quickly actually look up the guy's biography as well when it comes to his credentials. He has a PhD from the University of Exeter, where he wrote a dissertation under the supervision of Francesca, some crazy last name. In 2022, he published a revised version of his dissertation titled Yahweh's Divine Images, a Cognitive Approach. His formal academic areas of expertise include Second Temple Judaism, the early Israelite religion, the cognitive science of religion, and actually textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible. So the Hebrew Bible is the Old Testament, not the New Testament. So he's not he's not an actual scholar in New Testament textual criticism.
Now let's just see what he says here, right? As you can see, this is a vigorous intellectual setting, but let's see what he says.
Variance. So this is also factually incorrect. There are significant variants in the manuscripts that we have, but I'm not so much concerned for how the manuscripts were changed after we get our earliest witnesses to these texts. My concern is for the 1 to 2 century gap between the original composition of these texts and our earliest manuscript witnesses.
So what he said is similar, right? What he said is similar to what Muslims said. He said that there's a multiple century gap, which is false. That is a factually false statement. I don't care how much scholarship he has. That is a factually false statement. Our earliest witness is about 50 years after the earliest possible composition of the Gospel of John. Some people with critical scholars, people who doubt the New Testament, would say John's written much later than that. So they would say it's like 20 years or 30 years after the time that John is written. That is not multiple centuries. So that is a factual error. Now, let's ignore that factual error. Again, is this how textual criticism is actually done? Right? He says, I'm not concerned about the textual variants that exist in the manuscripts. I'm concerned about all those that might have existed in the manuscripts we don't have. Is that how any textual criticism of any document is actually done, Hunter?
And wait, say that again. Sorry, something happened.
So his position, apparently, right? He's responding to someone. Let's go back a little further so we can see what he's responding to.
After Jesus lived is just a ludicrous claim.
Now, are there manuscript variants? Yes, there are. But those variants are so small. Like, is the word singular or plural? Is it a definite or an indefinite article? There is nothing that is changed by those variants.
So this is also factually incorrect.
Okay, so in fairness to him, that was a very, 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 very slight overstatement, right? But Dan McLeod's not actually concerned with that. So, I mean, he's right that whoever that other individual was slightly overstated the case in that there are a handful of variants that change something more than just plurality, but none of them affect doctrine, which is probably what that guy speaking really meant.
There are significant variants in the manuscripts that we have, but I'm not so much concerned for how the manuscripts were changed after we get our earliest witnesses to these texts.
So he's not, he doesn't care about that though. He says, yeah, that he's basically conceding the point that what we have in the textual tradition is pretty consistent. Now he's going to suppose that there must have been other textual variants.
My concern is for the 1 to 2 century gap between the original composition of these texts and our earliest manuscript witnesses.
So I can play a little bit more just to be sure, but that seems to be his position. Muslim was very upset that I said that this was motivated by his Mormon faith, but I think it is, right? I think it is motivated by it because he needs to find textual corruption. There's no physical evidence for that. So he asserts that it must have existed in the 1 to 2 century gap between when the text was composed and our earliest witnesses. Now, actual textual critics, right? Do they consider date as a criteria, Hunter?
They consider it as a criteria in an aspect.
Is it the most and only important criteria that they consider?
No, it's not the most important because you actually, so like I was stating before, you have scholars who believe that when it comes to the 1% is viable and important textual variants, which can change a simple like meaning in some aspect, but it doesn't change the meaning of the context, for example. So when it comes to like a large, like, manuscripts that are dated around 800 years specifically after Christ. Well, a lot of them are actually used for textual criticism to reconstruct the original New Testament autographs. And that's 800 years later. So by just saying that there's a few gaps, a lot of people still use manuscripts that are 800 to 1,000 years later. So the date doesn't play a part into it. What actually mainly plays a part into textual criticism specifically is these kind of textual variants, where specifically like where they're from, what line of tradition did they come from, and specifically where they're like discovered, things like that, and also what language they're written in. So it's not necessarily what the King James already was written about. So date doesn't necessarily have the most biggest factor about when it comes to whether these things are reliable or not. What does
Correct.
is the actual what level of variant we're actually seeing here, and if there's anything to demonstrate both externally and internally of what is more likely of what the original text actually said. It's not done by the dates necessarily, but the date, it's one factor, but it's not a huge factor whatsoever.
Yeah, and let me just cite a specific example of this to show Muslim that we actually know what we're talking about, and he has no clue what he's talking about. And by consequence, Dan McLeod has no clue what he's talking about either when he suggests that this time gap, alleged time gap, is super important. There is a textual variant which has no real bearing on the meaning of the text whatsoever that suggests the name of the individual who was released on the day of the crucifixion's name was not Barabbas, but Jesus Barabbas. This textual variant only occurs in manuscripts that date from beyond the year 1000, so more than 1,000 years after the time of original writing. And yet, it's debated, but the majority of textual critics believe that would be the original reading. Why? Because no one would insert the name Jesus before Barabbas, which was an extremely common name, right? So nothing odd about it being the case at all. The they argue that no one would intentionally insert that name, but people would intentionally delete that name to avoid having, one, confusion, and two, associating Jesus's name with the figure who was released. So they consider criteria a lot more than just date. And as I said before, literally every single work of ancient history, whether you're talking about the Odyssey or Iliad or Plato's Republic or the works of Plutarch or Platonius or whatever, is known only from manuscripts, with a couple exceptions. They might be one manuscript that's earlier, but generally only known only from manuscripts that are more than 1,000 years after the time of original writing. And no one seriously doubts that what we have is very close to the original text. This is just such nonsense. Dan McClown, who had a background in textual criticism, has no ideas, but these two clown apologists do. Yeah, well, two possibilities. He does know that this statement is stupid and he's making it anyway, or he has no clue. Those are the only two possibilities, because it's factually inaccurate and it has nothing to do with how textual criticism is actually done. So either he's purposely trying to mislead you or he's ignorant. Those are the only possibilities.
By the way, I just wanted to point something out real quick. Dan here, he has a background in textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, which is the Tanakh. It's not the New Testament. So to say that he has a background in textual criticism and two clown apologists do, so the irony behind it is, like, my master's being in New Testament, my background actually is in textual criticism of the New Testament. So so it's actually not just two clown apologists talking about it here. My field's actually in that. His is not. His is the Old Testament, which are actually interesting enough when it comes to specifically the method specifically, you're not utilizing the same exact sources. So like for Old Testament criticism specifically, you're using things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Masoretic text, the Septuagint. For the New Testament, you're not using those things. Except for, like, for example, you can use the Septuagint to demonstrate the New Testament is actually utilizing the Septuagint and copying it word for word. But when it comes to textual criticism, we utilize the things like codexes, or we utilize the Gothic manuscripts or Alexandrian manuscripts or the Byzantine manuscripts, things like that. That has nothing to do with the Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible. So his form of studies is in Old Testament. My form of studies is in New Testament. Hence why the name of my channel is Everything NT. So to say that bogus claim that his background's in textual criticism, you're overgeneralizing it. Like, just because if I was in textual criticism about Plutarch's writings or Josephus's writings, that means all of a sudden that now I have textual background in New Testament, Old Testaments, or the Qur'an. No, that doesn't at all follow. So I think what the issue is that to think that he's a expert in biblical studies in one way, shape, or form, that makes him an expert in every category of biblical stories in every way, shape, and form. Well, that's not the case. If I was an expert in religion, does that mean I'm an expert in every religion? No. It depends on my specific niche, I guess you could say, or my specific thing my specific focus or my major, so to speak. So again, it's an appeal to false authority. It's not the same. So you need to do your research a little bit more. That's why I was saying he's not a New Testament textual critic. He's not. Bart Ehrman is, and he agrees with me. He's not even Christian. He's an atheist. So yeah. So
yeah, and I still suspect that any published peer-reviewed papers, he would not make such a ridiculous claim.
I like how he goes on to say, "What have you published? You're not an authority. Sit down." My field of academics is in New Testament studies, and I've studied in.
So notice the logic here first, right? So you appealed to a published work by a scholar in New Testament textual criticism.
Yep,
that's an appeal to authority.
More than one. More than one.
Then he appeals to a YouTube commentator who has an academic background, but isn't published in this particular topic.
Yeah,
and that is beyond question.
Weirdly enough, too, I actually try to look at a little bit more, in publishing in textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh specifically, and with the links that I'm seeing, what I'm seeing about him specifically, I'm not seeing no reference to anything published. So I mean, he could have, but still, it's not in New Testament; it's in the Hebrew Old Testament. So he's not an authority either. So why don't you have Dan here sit down, Muslim?
Right. So
Makes no sense.
we should take Dan's word for it beyond all doubt because he has some sort of academic background. Then you say you have an actual academic background in the relevant topic, including a master's degree, which means you wrote a published thesis on the topic among minimum, right? And then he says, well, you haven't published enough. You're not an authority.
Yeah, it just, I mean, it's fallacious reasoning at this point.
So Muslim, I gave you two options. Either he's speaking out of ignorance or he's intentionally lying. I didn't say he doesn't understand how textual criticism is done in any possible way. I said he made a factually false statement and appealed to the dating, which is not how textual criticism primarily works. So he's appealing to something that he should know and probably does know is not all that important, because it sounds sensational in his YouTube video, and he's making a false statement about earliest eyewitnesses. Or I mean, not eyewitnesses, because they're documents, but you know what I meant. Earliest witnesses to the text. So he factually misstates when the earliest witnesses to the New Testament text are, and makes a conclusion on that false claim that wouldn't be justified even if it was true. Why he did that, I don't know. Maybe he's ignorant of New Testament, doesn't actually know the details. Maybe he isn't ignorant, and he just said a sensational statement because he wants people to watch his YouTube videos and convert to Mormonism. I don't know, right? I don't know which one it is, but it's got to be one of those. No, Muslim, I'm not clearly triggered by McClellan. I'm triggered by your stupidity. I'm triggered
I'm not even
by
triggered.
your stupidity and your inconsistency, your appeal to a not actually authoritative authority as being beyond all question, and us quoting actual authorities on the text as just being a logical fallacy. That's what triggers me. And no,
Yeah,
I'm not actually triggered.
all I'm just simply pointing out is that Dan here's he's actually not in New Testament textual criticism. The people I quoted are because you're talking about scholars versus scholars, and I'm like, well, you gotta. I mean, so we just discovered, or you just discovered, because I already knew this, that he's not a scholar in that field specifically. Me being a student in textual criticism and an academic standpoint, I don't. So me studying textual criticism, I know how it works. The Quran's not perfectly preserved when it comes to the manuscripts of the Quran. Okay, so does that mean you just take what I say about the Quran? Because I am in the field of textual criticism.
Mhm.
That, I mean, honestly, like, and anybody, and I mean, I can name other people who are actual textual critics in the field specifically that talks about how it's not perfectly preserved. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and do that real quick because they're actually Islamic scholars who say this. So, um, for example, and these are Muslims, by the way. Hatim Sidki says one Quran is like lying to children. That's what he says. Who's an Islamic scholar? Yasser Qadi about preservation, the Qur'an and Ahruf, I think, of the Quran. I can never pronounce these right. Traditional understanding of Ahruf and Qur'at cannot answer some of the pressing questions that are now being, poked by academic outside of the faith. That the statement narrative has holes in it. Shabir Ali says the various readings do not change anything that Muslims believe and do not affect the practices of Muslims in any significant degree. He also says that we want to make sense of all of this, retrace the history of how the manuscripts became divergent, and how is it that we have a variety of reading of the Quran and manuscripts to match. So I'm just simply pointing out that like I hold to like Islamic scholars who say that there's not one Quran that says that those textual variants in the manuscripts, stuff like that. I just quoted three. And they're all Islamic. So it's like it's not perfectly preserved, things like that. and all I did was quote specific New Testament textual critics that are actually in New Testament textual criticism that actually have studied the manuscripts virtually themselves, not virtually, physically, sorry. And you have one that's not studied New Testament textual criticism specifically. He's probably, I don't know where he's getting his stuff from, because again, he's not a scholar in that field. But if you want to be consistent, I'm still mentioning Islamic
Yeah,
scholars.
and we would be happy to discuss the actual evidence, right? Not naming any authority whatsoever. However, there's nothing wrong with quoting someone you agree with. That does not commit the logical fallacy of appeal to authority. What actual appeal to authority is what you did, which you're now claiming you only did because we did it first or whatever, where you say this person said it, therefore it's true. I do not. I'm going to go out on a limb here, but I'm betting that Hunter will not say there is a single New Testament scholar, textual criticism, anything that is infallible, and you should believe every word he says.
Yeah, I am not saying that whatsoever. I never made that claim. All I'm simply just stating is what scholars say on the matter. That's all I was just pointing out. What scholars say on the matter, and I quoted from non-Christians and Christians alike that agree with me. What happened here is that you quoted a somebody who has a biblical background, but not a scholar in textual criticism of the New Testament specifically. Now, that doesn't mean the person is wrong or anything, but just to quote somebody, just for the sake of quoting somebody, doesn't hold any value when they're actually not in that field. I quoted people that are actually in the field. So, in other words, it's like stay in your lane. Dan here, like, well, for him specifically, his textual criticism is in the Hebrew Bible. I was quoting people that specifically are in textual criticism of the New Testament. And then I also quoted people who are specifically Islamic scholars who are Muslim as well, that also talk about the manuscript text where there's variants. But again, agrees with me, like I do what I read before with Bart Ehrman, that no essential Christian doctrine, just like how no essential Islamic doctrine, is affected by any textual variants. So we both have to deal with the same thing. But to say that none of the New Testament can be reconstructed, we can't know anything about the original New Testament being reconstructed. First off, Dan didn't even say that. And second
We're
off,
going to finish the clip in a second, so maybe he
okay,
said more. But
okay, gotcha. Yeah, but Dan hasn't said it yet. I don't know if he does or not. But if he is, he's not basing that off of scholarship, because scholars say that you can do that in one way, shape, or form. So that has clearly been debunked.
and
Well,
as
and when I say
usual,
debunk, what I'm sorry, that has
debunked,
clearly been shown to be the case amongst scholars and academics. That's what I'll say.
debunked. So Muslim says the incident ad hominem and attack on his reliability was telling enough, which is very interesting because I talked about him for several minutes before Hunter mentioned that he was a Mormon, and he just mentioned it as a matter of fact statement. It was I then who then explained to the audience why that would be a relevant piece of evidence to look at, whereas Muslim instantly attacked us with ad hominems, didn't he? It instantly attacked our reliability, didn't
Didn't he
he?
call us fools? Too foolish. Two
Clowns, yeah.
fools. Yeah. I never said Dan was a fool. I never said anything about his character or anything. Like I said, I mean, just he's not technically an authority in the field, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. That doesn't make him right. But if you're going to do what I do, if you're
He's
going to do
wrong because he says something false, not
if
because of
yeah,
anything
exactly.
else.
If you're gonna do what I do, quote an actual scholar in the field, not somebody who is a scholar in something else practicing the same thing. Because if I, for example, if I quote, for example, I don't know, somebody who does textual criticism of the Old Testament, like let's say, for example, Dan. I quote Dan saying you cannot reconstruct the Quranic or you cannot reconstruct the Quran from any of the manuscripts, and the oral tradition is not reliable. Okay, so what? But no, he's in textual criticism. He knows how to be a textual critic. So what? That doesn't mean he actually is knowledgeable, or that doesn't necessarily mean that just because he holds to this view, that doesn't necessarily make it right. Just by quoting him and saying this, that doesn't change anything. What actually is the case in the field? I was just simply pointing out what scholars say on the matter, both from a Christian perspective and also non-Christian perspective. And it helps
Mhm.
my case, doesn't help yours.
So Muslim says his scholarship is great, and it's obviously triggering for missionaries. Okay, first of all, I'm not a missionary.
I just
Second of,
demonstrated. I just
second of all,
demonstrated to
I'm
you.
not triggered. Third of all, you have no clue what's in his scholarship. Name me one paper that he's written that you have read. If your next comment is not in the name of a paper that you read of his that you think is great, then I will know that you are lying and you will be blocked.
Well, specifically though, let's say that it's an
No,
actual.
I'm just saying any paper for
Okay.
this. I'm making this as generous as possible. Any paper of his that he has written that you think is great. I know I don't technically know this, but I still know it. You have not read a single paper of his. You have no idea if his scholarship's good or not. You watched a clip of a single video that a Muslim pointed you to because they thought it supported Islam, and therefore it's great because it agrees with you. That is the extent of your thinking about this. I guarantee it. Now, let's finish the clip, and then let's briefly discuss actual evidence, since Muslim doesn't understand what that means.
There is nothing that is changed by those variants.
So this is also factually incorrect. There are significant variants in the manuscripts that we have, but I'm not so much concerned for how the manuscripts were changed after we get our earliest witnesses to these texts. My concern is for the 1 to 2 century gap between the original composition of these texts and our earliest manuscript witnesses, because we can't account for how much has changed in that gap. Now, there are textual critics like Peter Gurry who will argue that we are safe assuming either that absolutely nothing changed between the composition
Pause
of
that real quick.
and our earliest.
Just pause it. Don't go back at all.
Are you sure? Because we're going to be accused of being triggered if we
Oh, no,
pause
no.
the video.
Because I know where he's getting this from. So I actually have. Get this. So he mentions Peter Gurry. So Peter Gurry, actually, he is a textual critic as well, and he actually wrote the book Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism, edited by Elijah Hickson and Peter J. Gurry. So I actually just so happen to have a book by Peter Gurry. So I'm interested to see what he actually has to say about that. But go ahead.
Or that based on the manuscripts that are available, we can confidently reconstruct every last syllable of the text of the New Testament as they came from the pens of the original authors. That strikes me as incredibly irrational. We don't know what's in there, and there's plenty of evidence for significant editorial changes to these.
Notice what he says, though.
Now watch out.
No, so okay, that was the end of that clip
Okay.
that I was asked to play.
No,
right?
but notice what he says, though.
Before you say anything else,
Yeah.
right? Let me just rewind to what he said, right?
Yeah. There it is.
I had a feeling this is what you wanted to go to.
Yep, that's exactly right. So this actually is in New Testament textual criticism. So one of the biggest examples that's used in textual criticism is the new, which new is the Greek letter that gives the N sound. So like John, for example, the N in John, that's the new, that the textual variant new part, which when it talks about every single syllable being reconstructed, there are some textual variants where it's like John is spelled with 2 news versus just 1 new. So it's like the syllable there is the new syllable, the end there. So he's right when it's talking about every last syllable, because it's like whether it's 2 news or 1 new, these aren't viable and important variants. So it makes no difference to the change of the text of what it's actually teaching. So, but now what he's not saying, notice very specifically, and I notice he's being very careful in what he's saying. That does not mean that we cannot reconstruct anything of the original New Testament. We can. And so actually, ironically enough, he is right here where it comes to specifically every last syllable. No, that's not the case, because we don't know in a specific case if it was 1 new or 2 news. But that's mostly of what most textual variants are. You have a few that are viable and important, but nonetheless, we still can reconstruct the original text of the New Testament. That's why people like Bart Ehrman says things like it changes no core doctrine of the Christian faith, like the Trinity, for example, which we know there's textual variants with 1 John 5:7, but yet you find it in other verses. That's why it doesn't change anything of the doctrine, because some other scripture don't have any textual variants about the doctrine that teaches the Trinity concept. So yeah, so again, Muslims takes so what actually happened here was Muslim is taking what somebody said and construing it to mean the entirety of it as a whole. That's actually not what he said here. He's talking about very
Right.
specific things. Like if I said, for example, we the people are of the United States are in one onion. Okay, so onion is not original. Union is actually the original in the I think that's the Declaration.
You mean you determined the original without a proof text, without the
Yeah.
autograph?
Yeah, well, interesting enough, we have multiple other copies of that text who say, oh, okay, union, not only is it make more legitimate, viable sense in the context of what's being said, onion has no place there whatsoever, which that's also a trait that's used in textual criticism. What also makes logical sense? Onion or union? Onion makes no sense, so what was the original union? Oh, okay, that makes a lot more actual logical sense that would be used here in this context. So what I'm bringing up is that little things like that, onion versus union, is like a syllable that is that we may not know of the original or something like that. But still, nonetheless, when it does come to creating or reconstructing the original New Testament text, we still can for a high majority of the New Testament as a whole. Peter Gurry also agrees with what I said before, 99%. Elijah Huxon agrees with me, 99%. I can, who I quoted from, which I have to look here. Nope, that's not it. In other words, there are many scholars who actually say that. So, but Dan, he's not a scholar in that field specifically. But he is right when he says this, though. But that's not what.
Yes. Well,
that's
no,
not what
actually,
was
it's not
originally
right,
said.
because you've actually misattributed what he said. He actually makes a straw man here, which is really ironic, because of a comment I'm about to bring up. So I'm going to play it here.
Between the original composition of these texts and our earliest manuscript witnesses, because we can't account for how much has
Yeah, that's your
changed
position.
in that gap. Now, there are textual critics like Peter Gurry who will argue that we are safe assuming either that absolutely nothing changed between the composition of the text and our earliest manuscript witnesses, or that based on the manuscripts that are available, we can confidently reconstruct every last syllable of the text of the New Testament.
So see, he's actually straw manning, right? Because he's saying that there are textual criticisms who believe we can reconstruct every last syllable, which is not true.
Yeah, because Peter Gurry, he hosted the 99 percentile thing as well. So that's not every last syllable.
Yeah, that by definition means 1% of the syllables you can't, right?
I literally have his book right here, and I can actually.
So Dan is being very sly. He's saying something. Well, he's using a straw man. He's saying something which is true, right? We don't know every last syllable. He's pretending other people believe that, and then he goes from that assertion, or I mean that fact, which he misattributes other people disagreeing with, to the conclusion that therefore there are large changes in the pre-manuscript tradition and we can never know about them. That's the conclusion. Now, Muslim here is so stupid that we actually misguessed what he thought was significant about this clip, because he said over and over again that we keep ignoring that he says significant editorial changes, and that's we're committing the straw man of fallacy, blah blah blah. No, we were just talking about something different than you. I correctly stating his position as stated in this video is that some textual critics falsely claim we can reconstruct every last syllable. That is not a position held by anyone. That's an actual straw man. His position is, get this, that because we can't reconstruct every last syllable, therefore, and we know about editorial changes documented in the manuscript tradition, therefore we should assume there are other manuscript changes. That's his actual position. You're so stupid as to think that he said that we know about significant changes in the pre-manuscript tradition, when in fact he's referring to the post tradition, which we didn't even mention because it's not relevant, right? But let's
as they
replay it.
came from the pens of the original authors. That strikes me as incredibly irrational.
Why
We
does
don't
it?
know what's in there, and there's plenty of evidence for significant editorial changes to these texts.
Now, what would those significant evidence be? Would that be in his imagination, or would that be in the textual tradition available to us? What no textual critic would deny, right? If you think that he has somehow agreed with the Muslim position, you are incredibly stupid. You are incredibly stupid, more stupid than I possibly imagined. Every single educated Christian is aware of significant editorial changes, such as the longer ending of Mark.
Yep.
He is drawing an unjustified conclusion that because we know of some changes, there must be others. Or at least saying that we shouldn't say there aren't others. Maybe he's not even saying there are others, but he's saying we shouldn't say there aren't others. Well, guess what? That's a position you can take about any text whatsoever. We don't know about what was in the manuscripts from before the year 1200, when our earliest copy of Plato is from. Therefore, we can't make any conclusion about what the original text says. And I don't think he would actually affirm that position, but he says it that way to fool people like you, or his target audience of people who are sympathetic to Mormonism, into thinking that's what the conclusion is justified. We have no idea what was in those Quranic manuscripts before Uthman gathered and burnt them all. Therefore, there must have been significant editorial changes. That's the position that you're attributing to him. I don't think it's actually his position, to be clear, but that's the position you're attributing to him, and calling us stupid and strawmanning him by not attributing such a ridiculous, asinine position to him. Anything else you want to say on this?
No, I think we've made it clear, or even by watching the video, it doesn't even substantiate what Muslim was even saying to begin with. So
I know what.
So in other words, Dan does not say what you said originally. If you want to take that back, go right ahead.
Mm-hmm. No doubt, Muslim is going to. I'm going to prophesy here because he's on a delay. He won't hear what I'm saying for a couple minutes. He'll probably answer by then. He'll just repeat some ad hominems or say we're not qualified and we should all believe in Dan in one way or another.
It's perfectly justified. The earlier the manuscripts, the more changes. Corruption is the default for your Bible. You haven't substantiated that, and even Dan actually didn't
what?
Either.
What? The earlier manuscripts, the more corruption. Where did you get that idea?
Yeah, the earlier.
Where in the world did you get that idea?
Yeah.
No one would say that. That is contrary to the definition of corruption. There can't be less changes over time. There can only be the same number or more.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually saying like the earlier manuscripts have more changes to them, but they actually don't. That's what I was actually pointing out before. Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus are some of the two earliest manuscripts that we have of the New Testament, and they would even talk. Their scholars are actually say that those two specific manuscripts are copying from earlier manuscripts dated around, I think that was like the early 2nd century. So I'm just thinking to myself, it's like they don't have more changes or anything like that because they're earlier or anything like that. So I'm not sure where he's getting that from. Corruption is if he says corruption is the default for your Bible. Again, no, it's not. I actually quoted a second ago what scholars actually say that that's a careless overstatement. So if you want to keep carelessly overstating it, then go right ahead. But but if that's what Islam teaches you, then
Dan does say earliest manuscripts have more variants in that video, and that's a fact. Well, he might have said that. It might be a fact that he said that, but it's not a fact of reality. Unless, what do you mean more variants, right? More places of disagreement? Well, by definition, any two documents that you're comparing have to have exactly the same number of places of disagreement.
Yeah, and you also have to define what you mean by a variant, because there's different forms of variants as well. Where it comes
I think it's a meaningless statement, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe he means like in comparison to Textus Receptus, earliest manuscripts are more likely to disagree. Well, yeah, because later manuscripts were used for Textus Receptus. That doesn't
Well,
mean
what
that
I'm
there's more variance in the original text or earlier text. It could mean there's more variance in the later texts.
what I'm just simply pointing out though is that well, actually I forgot what I was saying. So
Yeah, well, you're saying that there's multiple natures of
oh
variance.
yeah. Oh,
And you're right. Before you say that, I'm just going to say all of the variants that Muslims consider to be highly significant in proof of corruption are found almost exclusively in later texts. So if that's what he means, well then no, the later ones have way more of those. Like, 1 John 5:7, for example.
yeah. So he talks about what are the nature of these variants. So there's four that are practically all combined practically talked about. So you have those that are spelling variances, like the new concept that I brought up before is John spelled with two N's or originally with one N, one new specifically that gives the N sound, which is like predominantly a vast majority of the variants, so to speak, that's accounted for. So spelling, and then you have those that are, like I've been saying before, that are important and viable, and then you have textual variants that are not important but viable, and then you have textual variants that are important but non-viable. So you have, and then you have those that are just simply like not important or not viable, which would be like a spelling or meaning or stuff like that. So, like for example, just to give like First John 5:7, which is people have talked about all the time. It's like, why do Christians hold to the Trinity if First John 5:7 is not original or something like that? And scholars of across the board that are Christian and not Christian would simply say because the doctrine is taught in other verses, the concept is taught in different verses. So First John 5:7 would be a non-viable, non-important textual variant, even though it's technically considered like a major one, since we know for sure that First John 5:7 is not original. It was included, I think it's the medieval time by lectionaries, trying to bring context to First John 5:6. Um, so looking at that, but that's ultimately the nature of these variants. Um, so yeah, that pretty much covers it all.
Oh, yeah, so he confirmed what I said. More variants compared to later manuscripts, you more. Wow, what a shocking statement that later manuscripts have less variants compared to later manuscripts than earlier ones do to later manuscripts. You know what? If I take any random manuscript, it has zero variants in comparison to itself.
Yeah, I don't know where Muslims getting this information from though, but I mean
Uh,
ultimately,
This is the stupidest,
well to
most idiotic statement I've ever heard in my life. Two
so
documents written at the same time have less variance between them than two documents written at different times.
yeah,
Therefore, the New Testament is highly corrupt, and you shouldn't believe it.
yeah, it doesn't follow by default that the New Testament therefore is corrupt just because there's textual variants. You have textual variants in almost every single thing that was ever written. Even when it comes to like Abraham Lincoln's, who was the president of the United States, when it comes to um the things that he actually wrote down and talked about, there were textual variants in even those itself, and that's even more more new than even the Quran. The Quran has textual variants as well, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's corrupted by default. It's just it's something that is just a careless overstatement that became popular over time, and ironically, people who are saying this, especially Muslims, are shooting themselves in the foot because now that's bringing on a threshold of criticism in the text towards the Quran, and a lot of people, even Muhammad Hijab himself, has taken back the stance that that is not perfectly preserved, dot for dot, tittle for tittle, word for word, everything like that. So I'm just saying, like, because of textual criticism, we can actually know very confidently what the autographs well, and when I say autograph is just something that is written by hand by definition. So technically the copies can be called autographs, but we were talking about the original autographs that was written by the writers themselves. We have a good fair share of confidence that what was written there, the doctrines that were taught back then in the time of Jesus that were written down, is the same thing we have today. We can be very confident in that. And so if we have that, then it's like, okay, I got something. I mean, I have a strong foundation to stand on in regards to that. So that's why I decided to go into this field.
Yeah. So last comment, he did agree with my position. You can't reconstruct the New Testament text. Well, he agreed that you can't reconstruct every last syllable. I agree with that. Hunter agrees with that. Every person who
That's-
has any knowledge whatsoever about this agrees with that statement.
By the way, that's
But-
not what you originally said. You originally said that you can reconstruct anything of the New Testament text. That's what you originally said. So now you're twisting it. You're recanting what you said. You can't reconstruct the New Testament text. Actually, you can reconstruct a New Testament text.
You can reconstruct 100% of the meanings.
Yeah, you can reconstruct the New Testament text, and actually, I have it right here. Here's the reconstruction of the New Testament text. So this right here is actual evidence, not just me quoting a scholar. This is actual evidence of reconstructing the New Testament text, and this is academics right here. This is scholarship. What you're saying is
No
what
educated
Muslim is.
person.
I was just
no
gonna say
ed-
what Muslim is saying here is based on conjecture. He actually doesn't know what he's talking about,
Yeah.
and he's
No
trying to
educated.
force it by what Dan said.
Yeah. No educated person, whether it's Dan, any other new textual criticism, me, Hunter, a very casual Christian who studied this for 10 minutes would say that you could reconstruct every last syllable. No one would say that. I don't know why Dan felt the need to strawman and say that some people believe that. No one would say that. And no educated person would say that about the Quran either. No educated person would say you can reconstruct every last syllable of the Quran either. That's not remotely the issue at hand. The issue is whether doctrinally it teaches correct things, whether historically it teaches correct things. And no person who is serious would disagree on that point either. It does accurately portray what the original authors wrote, whether or not it's syllable for syllable identical to what they wrote is irrelevant. It conveys the thoughts that they wrote. The only disagreement is whether their thoughts are accurate, right? An educated atheist would not say, we have no idea what the New Testament authors wrote. They would say, the New Testament authors wrote nonsense.
Yeah, an educated. Actually, I just quoted an educated atheist, and he agrees with me.
All right, so that is that. We're done with that. We're going to wrap up here in a couple minutes. I wanted to take some unrelated comments from Frank Tove, responding to Awesome Lawson. You claim there is a God and that the Bible is 100% divine, hell and heaven, talking snakes, the entire thing. We claim nothing. The truth is what the facts show. Okay.
Hey, that's a claim.
So right. So this is an atheist claiming that he makes no claims. Well, actually, he did just make several claims. He made claims about what I believe, which are not accurate, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? I don't claim the Bible is 100% divine. I don't claim talking snakes in general. I'm not. The serpent of the garden probably isn't technically speaking a snake either.
I can go into that if we want to.
But I certainly don't claim as a normal thing that snakes talk. Yeah, I do claim that there's a heaven and hell.
Yep.
So what? That's not evidence that there isn't.
The entire thing. So the Babylonian Empire never happened.
Yeah.
Even though that's historically been documented.
Indeed. Right. So I mean I didn't actually read the whole conversation. I'm not sure the exact context of this, but it's a very typical of atheist position that we don't have to claim anything. We don't have to demonstrate anything. We don't have to prove anything. The facts are the facts. Except
what are the facts?
Yeah, except by nature you're making a claim.
Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, so what are the facts? I
Yeah.
don't know, and neither do you.
The fact,
Wait, then why are you saying the
again,
truth is what the facts are?
again, not my belief. that the Bible is 100% divine. But if it's a fact that it is, then it's a fact that it is, and that's the truth. This is a nothing statement. You literally said nothing.
He said a
Except
whole
for
lot of something
contradicting
and nothing
yourself
at
by
the same time.
making claims when you said you claim nothing. Just wanted to point that out. That's a typical, not exclusive, not every atheist, but typical way atheists argue. We have a super chat from Joshua.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So, I'm not endorsing the statement, but Joshua gives super chat, so I'm happy to read it. Islam and Calvinism, both we must check critical thinking at the door and accept two contradictory statements and appeal to mystery. Allah knows best. I would say that most human beings hold some contradictory ideas in tension. Most people don't examine their own ideas. My policy, whenever I have anyone on, is to take all of their claims at face value and force them to go to the logical implications of them, because I know they're going to come to a contradiction eventually. They always do, and then they always run in one way or another. So I don't think that this is exclusive to Islam or Calvinism or whatever other boogeyman you want to throw up there. I think it's a human trait. I think we should all try to attempt to think critically about our own beliefs, evaluate our own beliefs, and not just throw up our hands and say God knows best. Or I have faith, and that's all that matters, to put it in a more Christian way of phrasing it.
Who ate the apple?
Professor Yaffa wants to know who ate the apple, triggering that animation there. I don't know who ate it, but I know that there are thousands of them. Hunter's not that familiar with the channel. He doesn't know all our inside jokes. Yeah. Straw man, huh? Mm-hmm. We're the ones straw manning. Our position is totally that we know what every word in the New Testament is based on P52. That's totally something that we argued. Can you be serious for once in your life? Can you be non-contradictory for once in your life? And it might be the earliest manuscript, but what does that matter? I mean, there's some debate over it, but let's say it's the earliest. What does that matter? Because it's small and it's the earliest, therefore it's corrupt. I mean, what is this stupidity here? I don't know. All right, I think we'll wrap up here today. So why don't, Hunter, why don't you take a couple minutes to explain the implications of what we've discussed today? If we're correct, what are the implications thereof? And what are the takeaway messages for the audience?
Yeah, so if we are correct, if Christianity is the ultimate truth, that means that Christ lived, he died by crucifixion and rose again on the third day, bodily form, and gave us the truth to have eternal life. Because if it's true what we said, that means Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. None can come to the Father except through him, not by anybody else. If it's true what we said today, that means that for God so loved the world that he gave us his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. So the question that I would have today for anybody in the audience is, do you have the ultimate truth? And if not, then come on to Jesus, because he is the way, the truth, and life. And so what we do have is a very strong foundation on which we stand on. Christians, that is. We stand on the shoulders of Christ, who was the prophesied Messiah from the Old Testament. He was who he said he was, and he demonstrated that by the resurrection. But if you don't hold to the prophets of the Old Testament, then you wouldn't even believe a man if he rose himself from the dead. That's actually written in scripture as well. So I pray for everybody to be blessed. I pray for everybody to be well. Love you all. Thank you so much. And thanks, Thaddeus, so much for having me on here too. It was actually a lot of fun. I want to do it again sometime.
Absolutely. We'll definitely have you on again. Definitely have that invitation open.
Yeah.
We'll talk broadly this time. Maybe we'll knock down to a specific subject next time related to the New Testament. Of course, I do want to take this comment from Frank real quick because he is still here apparently. Not at all. If you can show something to be actual try, then it's true. Just claiming things without actual hard evidence is being dishonest with yourself. God is a big claim. Show the evidence, zero. Okay, I can't take anyone who says there's zero evidence seriously.
We talked about that earlier.
It's bravado. It's stupidity. Something exists. That's a piece of evidence. I'm not saying it's sufficient evidence. It's a piece of evidence. Don't say there's zero evidence. That's just empty rhetoric, right? As far as hard evidence, I have some. I have a lot. We discussed some of it today. Not nearly all of it, just a little tiny bit of it, but we discussed some of the hard evidence for the truth of Christianity today.
And
I bring this up because I want to invite you to email me, and then we can have a discussion. Or you can just say you have illusions, have fun. Yeah, you have illusions, have fun. That's not an argument, buddy. You're deluded. You have deluded yourself into believing there's no God. You are imagining that he doesn't exist. Have fun with burning in hell.
yeah, if I can, just
Which,
bring up.
to be clear, in case it wasn't clear, I'm being sarcastic, right? I wouldn't actually say that to someone, but that's what you said to me, so I'm sarcastically saying it back to you.
With a dancing cat. I was just gonna point out just something. Some books. Yeah. So if you want to talk about some evidence, we only talked on one specific field of evidence today, historical evidence. If you want to go to things like philosophical evidence or things like that, I don't know how far people have gone into this. I have a few books here. I just so happen to have William Lane Craig's Reasonable Faith from a philosophical standpoint, and he utilizes science, reason, logic. And then I have Creator and the Cosmos by Hugh Ross. He's actually a PhD from the University of Toronto. He actually is an astronomer. And he talks about God specifically with the cosmos and how the universe actually demonstrates a creating God. Creating God as in a creature that created everything, not a creature that's created itself. Just so nobody clips that and be like, oh, he thinks God's created. I don't. And neither does Hugh Ross. So there's different aspects. We just covered one historically. I think from a historical standpoint, we can definitely say if God has placed his hand in the realm of time, where has it been? And I think that we've, for some part here, other than having to deal with some trolls, that we actually have a historical foundation in which we can say that God has placed his hand in, and that is with Jesus in the resurrection specifically. Love to go into it more. Maybe, Thaddeus, in the future we can go into that a lot more. But when it comes to, first off, the foundation of the New Testament, we have something reliably able to go off of from a historical standpoint. Now, what that teaches and everything like that, we can go into more, but we're only scratching the surface here. There's a whole lot more we can cover, but in due time. After all, this has been going on for 2,000 years. You can't cover that on one night on a podcast stream on YouTube. After all, you need a lot more time than that. So there you go.
Absolutely. And I also want to address this comment. I don't like being treated like a weirdo because I don't believe in your version of God. No one treated you like a weirdo. No one treated you like a weirdo. No one mistreated you in any way. You, however, are making comments like this in response to our perfectly reasonable, rational comments. Magic is not real. Dead people don't come back from the grave. Gods are not real. Spooky magic. It's myths. Duh. Well, this was useless. Yeah, I agree. You made one true statement there. This was useless. Because all you did is make assertions. I asked you for evidence of your position. All you did is make assertions. I'm sure you believe magic is not real. I'm sure you believe dead people don't come back from the grave. I'm sure you believe that gods aren't real. I'm sure you believe that spooky magic. I'm sure you believe it's myths. Who cares? I don't care what your belief is. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't for purposes of determining the truth. I care about your beliefs because I care about your soul, but I don't care what your opinion is. I want facts. You know, so you said it's just the facts. I want some facts. Give me some facts. If you have any, instead of just making statements like, the inverse is true, it's reality, lol, then bring some points we can actually discuss. I put my email in the chat. I'd welcome you to come and discuss. I'd give you the link, but we really do need to wrap up here. We've been going for a little over 4 hours. My wife would like to have dinner, so we are going to wrap up. All right, I will resist the temptation to bring up more stupidity from Muslim, because if I did that, he would have an inexhaustible supply of stupidity and we'd be here all night. Thank you all for joining us today. Don't forget to check out the Everything NT channel. Link to that is in the video description. Show Hunter some love if you appreciate his careful academic approach to things. If you're looking for empty rhetoric, well, then I suggest that you subscribe to Muslim and Frank Tovey. They will supply all the empty rhetoric you would like. If you want facts, careful analysis, stay tuned to this channel and subscribe to Everything NT, and we'll get more of that careful analysis based on facts out to you very soon. I'll be back Tuesday to discuss the life of Muhammad, continuing our long series on that with Mary. We will be continuing our analysis of some of the text that he receives from Gabriel, but shows very clear signs of human editing next time. I believe that Mary has decided to title the stream J. Smith Debunked, because her position is basically the text is so incoherent and idiotic that there's no way this was a conspiracy theory 100 years later to project it back onto Muhammad. It must actually come from an incompetent individual, not a government conspiracy. So stay tuned for that. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord.